house. So we are going to share it. Yeah. Okay, in the next 5 minutes we'll be starting. So let's all tidy up. For those who are still having network issues, I'm sure the connectivity will be better outside. Even those using MTN is not going. It's like the wall is blocking the connectivity. But please, it's very important. Once we start the training, we are going to lock it. Even if you do it 10 times, it will not enter. So the essence of the pre-evaluation, like I explained, is for us to know the level of our knowledge about what we want to talk about. So I don't know, it's not a problem. But make sure that while the workshop is going on, we pay keen attention, because these questions will still be repeated at the end of the workshop. So by that time, we know that we would have gained many things. So you will feel it again. That is the post-evaluation. Then you will now compare the results later to really know where you were when you came here and where you get to by the time you will be leaving here, so that we will know whether we've been really imparted knowledge and where to also adjust. Thank you very much. So for those outside, please, let's do well to come in on time. Ẹ ṣé púpọ̀ fún àǹfààní àwa tí a gbọ́ fítífítí tá à ń sọ látẹ̀kan. Ohun tí à ń sọ ni wípé iṣẹ́ tá à ń ṣe ní kékeré yìí, ìwádìí tá à ń ṣe yìí, ẹ̀yin náà ti ṣiṣẹ́ ìwádìí yìí yẹn o. Ohun tá à ń ṣe ni wípé a fẹ́ mọ ibi tí òye wa nípa àwọn nǹkan tá a fẹ́ kọ́ lónìí tó dé. Mi mọ̀, kì í ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀. Èyí dẹ̀ ṣe wípé kẹ́yìn kankan rò wípé kò dáa ní tí mo ṣe yìí dẹ̀ mi mọ̀ o rárá o. A fẹ́ mọ ibi tí òye wa nípa nǹkan wọ̀nyí dé. Èyí tó jẹ́ wípé nígbà tá a bá fi ṣe ìdánilẹ́kọ̀ọ́ àti ìfomi dòtòrò ra wa, a fi mọ̀ wípé tá a bá fi kùlùkù tán, a fi wá mọ̀ wípé ó dáa náà. Kí ni a ti mọ̀ nínú tó ti kọ́ wa? Nítorí náà màá rọ̀ wá wípé ká máa fọkàn bá gbogbo tá a wá ṣe ní gbígbà yìí, ká máa fọkàn bá lọ. Èyí tó fi jẹ́ pé bàtà bá ṣe tán, àwọn ìbéèrè yìí a ó tún gbé padà wá, a fi wá mọ ibi tí òye wa ti wá dé wípé tó ibi tá a wà nígbà tá a kọ́kọ́ dé a ti wá lọ sókè nígbà tá a ṣe tán ṣó ti yé wa sà àti mà nítorí náà ẹ jọ̀wọ́ ẹ jẹ́ ká ṣe èyí tá a mọ̀ ẹ jẹ́ ká ṣe èyí tá a mọ̀ ẹ jẹ́ ká filẹ̀ ẹ̀yin náà rí wípé nígbà tá a bá fi parí ẹ̀yẹ́ ti mọ̀ sí nítorí náà máa fẹ́ ká ṣe léè ní kánkán ká bá lè tètè bẹ̀rẹ̀ ẹ ṣe púpọ̀ fún àwọn tó wà níta ẹ jọ̀wọ́ ẹ bá wa fi tó wọn létí wípé à ń dúró dè wọ́n àròjọ musolókun ẹ ṣe. Ó yé mi Nàìjíríà ni táwọn bá ti wà nídìí abroad báyìí kò sórùn so the cloud cover náà máa affect the network. Please, for those who are just coming in, if you are a participant, please, you need to fill a free workshop evaluation form. Please, it is very essential. Please, if you don't fill for the free, then you cannot fill for the post. So we want to know your level of knowledge before we start. What's the best? That's why they are scattered outside. I want the more. Some people are on seat, but they went out. Okay, some people are. Oh, okay. Please, I want to believe. If you have filled and submitted the form, say aye. Aye. You have not filled the form, you are still having challenges, say nay. But you didn't speak out. There are people who can help us. They are outside because of the network. Please meet them. Where are you? If you are still having challenge, our mamas at the back. Hello, ma'am. Have you submitted? Okay, they are doing. Baba Osha, talk to you. You are still having challenge? Mr. Omole, Victoria, please help that Baba at the back. You can go outside for better connectivity. Mutiat, please ask if there's anybody like that. That guy has not finished since. Is it that difficult? Let them go outside for connectivity. Please, the reception is better outside. Okay. Okay. Yeah, we are starting right on time because the executive director will soon be with us for the opening. And I would like to crave the indulgence of someone to pray the opening prayer for us. If it's someone, all right, Elder Patrick, can we have you? Shall we all rise up for the opening prayer, please?
In Jesus' name. Amen. Our Father, our Lord, you are the one that gives us strength to perform the work. And we're coming from agriculture. Therefore, Lord, we commit this meeting, this conference into thy hand. You be the leader, give us all the directives, give us the incentive, everything it takes to be the victory of this the success of this meeting. This we ask in the name of Jesus.
Amen.
Lord, the enemy may not like this. Therefore, we stand by the strength of your power to bind the enemy. Amen. Their strength shall have any access to operate here in the mighty name of Jesus.
Amen.
So this arena with the blood of Jesus. Amen. As we call, take charge in Jesus' name.
Amen. And the workshop participants say, Amen. We can have our seats, please. Yeah, before we proceed, I'll still crave your indulgence to be on our feet. For those just coming in, we'll proceed straight to the national anthem. Shall we rise up for the national anthem, please? Yeah, let's be patriotic. Every other thing should stop if you are in this auditorium. Let's rise up for the national anthem. Nigeria, we hail thee, our own dear native land. Though trials and tongue may differ, in brotherhood we stand. Nigerians all are proud to serve our sovereign motherland. You want to try the second stanza? Let's give ourselves a hand of applause. I cannot clap for yourself. I clap for myself. So with that, I would like to call on the next MC to take over from me. Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. Ẹ káàárọ̀ o. Sansan. Ibolachi. Which other one? Inakwana. Sanu.
Now go there, so say a round of applause, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. It's so great to welcome you again to this workshop on banana certification protocols, organized by the National Horticultural Research Institute, NIHORT, and the National Agricultural Seeds Council, NASC. The executive director comes and will join you, please. And let's keep those hands going. Let's keep those hands going. Thank you so very much. That's the Director General of the National Agricultural Seed Council. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, this is a man who appears gentle, but permit me to say he's not a gentleman when it comes to seeds. Please make welcome Dr. Osholabuji Bankole. Is it gentle or not? It's gentleman to be called. He is a ProSiva cross-cutting league, and he is also from the National Agricultural Seeds Council. In today's world, we are always talking about gender balance, gender inclusiveness, but it's not because of gender balance or gender inclusiveness that this person is here. It's because even on her own merit, she stands tall. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please make welcome Dr. Rebecca Mewase, Molecular Diagnostic Specialist. A gentlewoman to be called. I'd like to recognize every other NAS certification officer here present. Please, can you just wave every other NAS certification officer here present? Can you just wave a round of applause for them? Thank you all so very much. Great farmers, great nation. Great farmers, great nation. No farmer, no nation. No farmer, no nation. A round of applause for yourselves, please. Members of the press, you are highly welcome, because without you, no matter the amount of work we do, there is no way people will see it. Please, let's welcome members of the press. We have NTA here, we have Channels Television here. A round of applause for members of the press. And of course, members of the NIHORT Public Relations Unit, a round of applause for them also. Thank you all so much. I will crave your indulgence not to recognize those on the side of NIHORT for now, but go straight. Introduction to ProSiva. Like I said earlier on, for time's sake, when the Executive Director comes in, the members of his entourage, we will go back to the opening ceremony. However, right now, we will go to introduction to ProSiva. Please make welcome Dr. Rebecca E.B.
Yeah, I'll be mixing up Yoruba and English. I know, Chairman, you understand English? Yes. Most people here understand English, but there are still a crop of participants who don't understand English, and they are more of Yoruba. So, wherever time permits me, I'll try to do justice to the two, so we don't lose them entirely. So the task before me is to introduce ProSiva. We are here because of ProSiva. This is ProSiva project. And so what do we mean by ProSiva? Maybe there are even people who are part of the project who don't even know what ProSiva is. So within the short time before me, we will know what is ProSiva. And this is my outline. We're going to talk about the background. Why ProSiva? Then what is ProSiva? What is the aim of ProSiva? What is the focus of ProSiva? And what are the components of this project we call ProSiva? We all know that plantain, banana, the reason why we are here, is a very important crop in Nigeria, Africa, and the world at large. But there are some crops we call vegetatively propagated crops. These crops are the type that you cannot plant them through seeds. When we want to plant maize, when we want to plant rice, tomato, what do we use to plant them? Seeds. But there are some crops that you cannot plant them through seeds. And those are the ones we call vegetatively propagated crops. What do we do there? We use parts of them. Some we use their stem, some we use their suckers, some it is the mini sets that we use. So as the other presenters come up, they are going to tell us more about that. But we will see that the way we will package tomato seed, if you package tomato seed in your bag as you are, will anybody know? Ohun tá à ń sọ ni wípé èrèdí tá a fi wá síbí báyìí lónìí òun ni nípa ProSiva. A fẹ́ mọ̀ nípa ProSiva. Ó jẹ́ iṣẹ́ ńlá kan tó ń lọ lọ́wọ́ ní àsìkò yìí. Ní òwúrọ̀ yìí, ní kánmọ́nkíá, màá sọ̀rọ̀ nípa kí ni ìtumọ̀ ProSiva yìí. Kí ni àfojúsùn ProSiva yìí? Kí ni ìdí tá a ṣe gbé kalẹ̀? Àti wípé kí ni ó máa bí fún wa gẹ́gẹ́ bí àgbẹ̀, gẹ́gẹ́ bí ọ̀mọ̀wé àti gbogbo àwọn tó ń ṣiṣẹ́ papọ̀ pẹ̀lú àwọn ohun ọ̀gbìn tá a sọ̀rọ̀ nípa wọn lónìí. Wọ́n tá a wá sọ̀rọ̀ nípa wípé àwọn ohun ọ̀gbìn kan wà tó jẹ́ wípé a lè fi kóró irúgbìn fi gbìn wọ́n. Àwọn tá a bá sọ̀rọ̀ nípa ẹ̀wà, kí la fi gbìn? Kóró ẹ̀wà, seed. Some of us understand Yoruba, English now. Tá a bá sọ̀rọ̀ nípa àgbàdo, ọmọ rẹ̀ náà ni seed. Ṣùgbọ́n tá a bá sọ̀rọ̀ nípa àwọn ohun ọ̀gbìn kan bíi ọ̀gẹ̀dẹ̀, pákí, àbí iṣu àti potato, ànàmọ́, a rí pé ẹ lè yọ seed rẹ̀ kẹ́ sọ pé ẹ fẹ́ lọ gbìn. Tẹ́ bá wá wò ó, ohun tí mò ń sọ ni pé tá a bá mú tomato, seed tomato, tá a bá kó jọ, tá a bá fi sínú báàgì wa, ṣéyàn lè mọ̀. Ṣùgbọ́n tẹ́ bá kó iṣu, èbúṣu tàbí iṣu tẹ́ fẹ́ gbìn tẹ́ bá kó sínú báàgì, ṣé ẹ̀mílẹ̀ tó máa dá yín dúró pé kí lẹ kó? So ẹ jẹ́ ká máa fọkàn bá a lọ. Tá a bá ní ká máa ṣògbìfọ̀ ẹ̀ papọ̀, ó máa pẹ́ wà. Nítorí náà àwọn tó bá wà lẹ́gbẹ̀ẹ́ wa tó bá gbọ́ èdè wa, wọ́n lè máa ṣe kíni, wọ́n lè máa ṣe ògbìfọ̀ rẹ̀ fún wa. Ẹ ṣé púpọ̀. What we are saying is that despite the importance of these vegetatively propagated crops like cassava, yam, plantain, and sweet potato, we will see that their seed system in Nigeria as of today is not really defined like the other crops. Apart from that, we will see that it is difficult to transport them from one place to another because of their bulkiness, just like as I explained. If you put tomato seed in your bag, people may not really know. But if you put cassava stem, by the time you pack sizable number or suckers, it's difficult. It's always difficult to transport. And you cannot also store them like you store your tomato or corn, maize seeds. Am I right? Yeah. So these are some of the challenges that these crops are facing. And this is one of the reasons why this program called ProSiva is being inaugurated. Aside that, the problem of disease, some of you are very familiar with plantain, or I call it banana. That's the reason why we are here today. Some of you will say, there is always problem of weevil, nematode, this and that. They are very prone to these diseases, and you cannot store them. So, the reason why this project was established, other presenters will still come up to tell us more about this. So, what is ProSiva? ProSiva is an acronym formed from Program for Seed System Innovation for Vegetatively Propagated Crops in Africa. Shall we read it together? Program for Seed System Innovation for Vegetatively Propagated Crops in Africa. Yes, this project is dealing with the seed system, how we produce the seed, how we multiply the seed, how we share the seed, how we transport it from one place to the other, how we market it. That is all what ProSiva is about, to develop every aspect along the value chain. That is what the ProSiva is about. So, when we talk of vegetatively propagated crops, we are talking of yam, cassava, plantain, and which other one did I mention? Sweet potato. Thank you. So, seed system. I've been saying seed system. What do we mean by seed system? I've explained it. It is some of physical, organizational, and institutional components, their actions and interactions that determine seed supply and use in quantitative and qualitative terms. How I produce them, the seeds, how I multiply them, how I share them, all the actors in the value chain, those who produce, those who sell, those who transport, everyone working together, the network. That is what we are talking about at the ProSiva, the seed system. So, what are the aims of ProSiva? Yes, we say it's looking at the seed system of vegetatively propagated crops. Its aim is to enhance efficiency. How we get the seed of these crops produced in little or no time, with less drudgery, with little or no stress. Farmers, you will agree with me. Let's use banana or plantain, for example. When someone comes to you and say, "Oh, Mr. Patrick, please, I need 10,000 suckers of plantain." You know the trouble you go to before you dig one. Not to talk of going to, you will even have to employ labor. So, efficiency, getting things done at a shorter time and with better results. Efficiency, productivity. What you put in, you are able to get more. Not that, for example, if you are looking at farmers who grow other food crops like maize, rice, some of them, they just take fertilizer and just be using. Whether the land needs it, the soil needs it or not. That's not productivity. At the end of the day, they say, I'm not breaking in with EJ. Even the crop that does not need fertilizer, they are giving. This one that does not need a chemical, you just keep pouring. So, ProSiva is looking at how to bring about productivity, that you have higher proportion or ratio of your input to output, and lastly, profitability. There is no farmer that is going to farm because he just wants to eat. Is that the reason why? Are you just doing it because you want to eat? No, but we must also have what? Have money in our pockets. What is the essence of laboring when we are not making profits? So, those are the aims of ProSiva. And what are the focus? ProSiva wants to ensure that there is increased multiplication of VPCs with little or no trouble. And that farmers or every end user have increased access to clean and quality planting materials. These days, if you bear with me, plantain, anybody sells plantain sucker. I need it, even the person that is not a farmer. You say, I have behind my backyard, you just go. And from there, we are transferring disease from one place to another. These are part of the focus of ProSiva, to make sure that we do not transmit disease anyhow, and that the materials, the planting materials that we are going to get from our multiplication is going to be clean and of good quality. And so other presenters will come to teach us different ways whereby we can achieve this, and also to formalize the seed system. What do I mean by that? As it is now, I need 100 suckers. How you get it, I don't want to know. Whether it is from somebody, whether it's even a good one, it is when it's carrying fruit, before you will know it is cooking banana they gave you. You say you need 1,000 suckers. At the end of the day, because the person only got 800 plantain suckers, he will go and carry banana and add to it for you. And many of us cannot even say this is the name of this variety. All of us will just say agbagba, agbagba, enugu plantain, better plantain. You know, for many surveys we have done, we hear different names. But you discover they are talking about the same thing. Although people will say Bob Marley, Oparaji, it's still this. So, ProSiva will help us to be able to, you know, identify the varieties. When we are having duplications of names, they will be able to harmonize it. And also, there will be regulation of how seed move from one place to the other, so that we will not be transmitting disease. And there will be better ways of multiplying these seeds, so that anytime anybody needs it, we will get the right one in the right quality and in the right quantity. So what are the components of ProSiva? There are 5 countries involved. How many countries? Don't forget, I'm already giving you a joke. There are 5 countries: Ghana, Nigeria, Rwanda, Tanzania, and Uganda. Who are the partners? We have 25 partners. Don't worry, I will not ask you that one. We have 25 partners. IITA is involved because they have the lion, they are at the forefront. It's being sponsored by Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. Then we have NIHORT, of course, that's why you are here. And we have the Seed Police. For those of you who have seen me during the survey, I told you, I said it is not only human police we have. We have police for seed. And those are the seed agencies. We call them the National Agricultural Seed Council. What did I say they are? National Agricultural Seed Council. That is NASC. You do things the way you are not supposed to do it. You produce seed the way you are not supposed to produce it. You give somebody banana instead of giving him plantain. Those are the police that will catch you. They are the what? Seed police. Then we have, how many crops did I say ProSiva is working on? 4. Let's mention them. Banana, sweet potato, cassava, and yam. Clap for yourselves. And this project is running for 5 years. I think we are in the 3rd year, right? Yes, we are in the 3rd year. So, thank you very much.
Another round of applause for Dr. Rebecca Ede. Thank you so very much, ma'am. ẹ jọ̀ọ́ mélòó láti ṣe exam àkọ́kọ́? How many of us have done the pre-training evaluation? Have we completed it? Do you have any issues with completing it? Is there anyone who has any issues with completing it? Okay, so we still have 1-2 minutes to please quickly do the pre-training evaluation if you are yet to do so. That's why I said 1-2 minutes before you press enter. That's why I said 1-2 minutes, because any moment from now, the gates of heaven will be closed. So you still have some seconds to quickly do 1 or 2. Okay, moving forward. Like I said, because of activities within the institute, the executive director will join us later on. So we've tweaked the program a little. Right away, we will be going to banana seed certification and community seed system. It's time for us to talk business, what we are here for. Banana seed certification and community seed system. That's what we will be taking next. I crave an indulgence, just like you have had. The seed police implementation is already ongoing. It's not a matter of when they start, but we are all part of the process. And enforcement of punishable activities will be less if we all do all that we need to do. And that's why the standards are being shown to us now. Okay. So please make welcome with me Mr. Shegun Ibitoye from the National Agricultural Seed Council.
Good morning, everybody. Presenter àkọ́kọ́. A máa ṣe lóyìnbó àti Yorùbá jẹ́jẹ́jẹ́ ìpàdà wọn. Mo gbọ́ òyìnbó ju Yorùbá lọ. Torí ìkúrú náà ló fà á, Yorùbá náà lẹ́ka àṣàdánù. But my try. Àwọn bàtà fẹ́ sọ̀rọ̀ nípa we want to discuss about seed certification in Nigeria. So what we are going to talk about now is a bit broad because we're talking about all crops. NASC does not just handle banana alone or plantain alone. We handle most all the crops that are propagated by seeds. Suckers, cuttings, or what have you. So it will be broad, and then I'll zero it down a bit on banana and plantain. Just a few that we can work with. So to start with the boring part, who is NASC? National Agricultural Seeds Council. The seed is seeds, so that it encompasses all the seeds that we have or that we use to propagate in Nigeria. So we are charged with the responsibility of overseeing development and the regulation of the Nigerian seed industry. We didn't just come into being.
Can we hear you?
Can you hear me, please? No, I think my voice can project a bit. Anyway, so we didn't just come into being. There's a law that established National Agricultural Seeds Council. This law was an Act 72 of 1992, which has then been reviewed of recent to Act 21 of 2019. We still have another review because these policies, the government policies, does not naturally encompass at one point or the other because of changes that keep happening in the agricultural subsector. So we also have a policy, it was reviewed in 2023, signed by the late President Mohamed Buhari. Also, we have instruments we use, which are the seed rules and regulations. This is also being adopted across all ECOWAS countries. So all ECOWAS countries follow the same rules and regulations and procedures that have been set. But we in NASC limit our activities to Nigeria for now, though other countries are looking to emulate what we have in Nigeria and are paying visits to our office to know more about how we carry out certification activities. So let's talk about, this is the pure just introduction, then we'll talk about seed. Now, there are three classes of seed, naturally. We have the breeder seed, foundation seed, certified seed. Some call it pre-basic, basic, and certified seed. Breeder, foundation, certified. Three, please, you have to know this, is very important. Now the first two, breeder and foundation, we call them early generation materials. Then the certified seed is what we also call commercial seed. In some clients, it's called that. Breeder seed is what is coming from the hands of the breeders. Àwọn ọ̀mọ̀wé tán jókòó tán wò pé òkè àwọn fẹ́ kí nǹkan báyìí rí báyìí. Wọ́n fẹ́ ká ní àgbàdo tó ní vitamin A nínú, so they will sit back, work on it, bring it out as breeder seed. Breeder seed is then multiplied. So if you plant breeder seed, you multiply to get foundation. Breeder, it comes in very small quantities, so you multiply to get foundation. When you get foundation, you multiply foundation to get certified. So certified seed is what is sold to farmers to eventually use for commercial production. I hope you understand this part. Yes, sir. Let's talk about certification. That's what we're talking about. Seed certification is actually a scientific process. And the things it does is very simple. 1, secure. 2, maintain. 3, multiply. 4, make available to farmers seeds of superior plant varieties. So we work on the old varieties around, and then we also work on the improved varieties around. Such that if today we are getting a particular variety of banana or plantain from the breeders, which has gone into the hands of the companies to form foundation seed, has gone through multiplication to form certified seed, and is coming to you, the farmer, for multiplication. That particular breeder seed, it must have maintained the quality and be true to type from beginning downwards. That is the idea. So we ensure that there are no mixtures on the way, There are no admixtures on the way, and there are no mistakes, provided with what we have in the law, following what the law stipulates. Now, there are 6 phases. These phases are important because I think I'm going to carry with you with English too much. So, sorry? No, I'm thinking kind of in English too much. So, the 6 phases of certification, there are 6 phases. The first one is receipts and scrutiny of application. So naturally, if you want to go into seed multiplication in Nigeria, you need to apply to the council that you want to do it. That's the first step. We have offices in all the locations, geopolitical zones in Nigeria, and we have officers in every state of the country. So naturally, we are very much available. The second part is the seed source, which is where you are getting your material from. You know, like I said, we are maintaining quality from breeder, foundation, certified to the hand of the farmer. So we ensure that we need to know where you're getting. If you want to do seed multiplication, we must know where your particular seed is coming from. You cannot wake up today and say, in my particular farm, I have this particular variety of banana and I want to sell that seed. The government will and can prosecute and arrest such a person. It is not allowed by law. Next is field inspection, which is where our officers will come to your fields to check if what you are doing conforms to what the law is saying you should do. Followed by supervision at post-harvest stages. After that, we will then take samples. These samples are also taken to the lab for verification. That makes it the second way of verifying. You know, we have asked you for seed source, we know your seed source already. Then after we have gone through the process of planting and harvesting, we then take samples again to the lab to further confirm the things that eyes cannot see will be exposed at the level of the laboratory. Then the last part is giving out tags or certificates. Like I said, this is about all seeds, so it's a bit wider while still narrowing down to banana. Bear with me. Why do we do seed certification? It's a very simple question. The reason why we do it is very simple. It's just quality control. There's a news, sorry I want to divert a bit, about saying paternity test fraud going out in the country. What we do is to ensure that there will not be a reason why I will buy banana from a farmer and I will get plantain. We don't want that to happen. When you call Shegun out, and I come out here, Shegun, and you have a son or daughter of Shegun, he must also have Shegun's property. The next stage must also have properties of. That quality control is what we are trying to ensure and keep, which is why we do certification. Secondly, the materials that we certify must be released as a released variety in Nigeria. So if it is not released, we do not have the rights to come into your field. But once that variety is released, then it can undergo certification. For breeders, when they are trying to come up with a variety, they carry us along from the start to have an idea of what will be coming out soon, so that it would not be as a shock or a surprise when we now find these things on the desk, on the fields of farmers. And it must have good physiological and health status, which means it must be clean from pests and diseases. Well, we get to banana very soon, but there's a very, very low tolerance to pests and diseases in Nigeria by our laws. If I may ask, who is familiar with cocoa? In the past couple of years, about 2 years now, báwo lọ̀rọ̀ kòkó ṣe rí lẹ́jọ́ mẹ́ta yóò tàbí àwọn èèyàn ti ń para abéèrè ẹ̀ wọ́n ti ń ra ó ti ń ṣé ẹ mọ̀ nǹkan tó fà á ṣé ẹ mọ̀ nǹkan tó fà á sá So láyé ìgbà kan kòkó ti wá dáa kòkó wá dáa gan òun la fi kọ́ kòkó house níbi tá à ń lówó bẹ́ẹ̀ ni òun la fi develop gbogbo àwọn southern states nígbà yẹn lẹ́yìn ìgbà yẹn kòkó wá wọ́n sílẹ̀ kí ló ṣẹlẹ̀ àwọn dánísà inú ẹ sọ àjọmílẹ̀ ni. Wọ́n dà pọ̀ ọkùnrin ẹ ṣe. Oh, so he said that they put together wet and dried cocoa. They didn't separate them, they put them together and then they were sending it to whoever wanted. But these people wanted standards. Ó ní nǹkan táwọn kan béèrè fún. Ìgbà táwa ò lè fún wọn ní nǹkan tó ń béèrè fún mọ́. Wọ́n wá lọ bá àwọn tó lè fún wọn ní nǹkan tá à ń béèrè fún. Tọ́wọ́n béèrè fún. Táwọn lọ bá Ghana ẹ ṣe ẹ jẹ́ ká fi Ghana ṣe Ghana gbọgbọgbọ fẹ́ mú jáde gbọ̀rọ̀ tó wà lẹ̀. Okay, oh, they are more. Ah, okay. So they went to Ghana because Ghana obviously gave them what they wanted. We could not give them what the quality they were looking for anymore. Now, in recent times, who can tell me what's going on with Ghana cocoa now? Not necessarily flooding. There's something wrong with Ghana cocoa right now. Sir? The quality, based on what? No. They have disease infestation in Ghana. Disease infestation. Disease. So their pods are diseased now and getting corrupted by disease. Because of that, the people that want this quality materials have come back to us and are currently patronizing our cocoa now. That is why there is a jump in cocoa. Because Ghana can no longer afford to give them that quality they want. Now they are asking us to come back to the drawing table and help them create that distinct guideline where whoever is going to be giving them cocoa will give them what they want. In banana, again, that's cocoa's issue. In banana, for example, there's a particular disease ravaging banana in certain eastern countries. Am I correct? Countries. But that particular disease, we don't want it in our country because automatically it can cause problems for us for banana. So when it comes to diseases in all the seeds that we put out there for farmers, we have very low tolerance to disease. So that's one of the things why we do certification. What are the procedures for certification? Very simple. One, we are going back to seed source again. Where your planting material is coming from. Very important. We must know the source. Because we have followed these materials from when they started from the breeders' fields, at the breeders' hands. If we are going to multiply further, remember we talked about the process of multiplication. Found breeder, foundation, certificate. If you are going to multiply further, then you must have given us the necessary documentation needed to allow you to multiply it further. And then we'll naturally come and visit your field, wherever it's located. We'll visit your field. The number of visits we'll discuss in the next slide. And then when we feel that what you are going to give the farmers, what you are giving out is good enough, we then give you like a third-party guarantee. We give you either a tag, a codex, or a certificate that if tomorrow anybody comes to you that what you are selling, who gave you the authority to sell it, you can present that this was given to me by the governing body for this material. And we also ensure that your good agro practices are well adhered to. Seed production is not cheap, and seed production is not normal production. We will ask things of you. We will demand from you certain sacrifices for the sake of other farmers, so that when you are selling out to them, they get good quality. We are all about quality. So number of visits to the field. We will be coming to your fields 3 times. There will be 3 visits For banana, they are saying banana is saying it's also 3. We are doing 3 across board. We cannot comprehend. We can't do them less than 3. That's the 3. We can do more than 3 if situation pertains. If there is a reason for that. But the least you do is 3 visits. Now the first visit is done at pre-planting period. That is before you plant. What do we do? What do you come and check out? It's just how well your field is well maintained, the distance between your present banana seed field and the next seed field to you. Present variety of banana here, the distance to the next variety of banana that you have. Present class of seed of banana you have here, and the next class of seed of banana that you have, the distance between them. And then we'll also verify your seed source. You see, I'm coming back to source again, where you are getting your materials from. Very, very important. And we must know the history of that field. Because for banana, when you raise a nursery, there's a particular number of times you need to use that particular field for multiplication before you then move. You don't allow them to keep using that same field over and over. One of the sacrifices that you need to make for seed certification. The second one is during the vegetative stage, where we can see all the problems, all the pests, diseases, off types, if there are gaps within your field. All these things will be taken into consideration and will be addressed at the point. After that will come before you harvest and when you sell, because we have to give you a certificate that will allow you to be able to sell out this material. So let's come to banana, general standard. 1, must be free from volunteer crops. No types of volunteer crops. 2, the mother plant, which is the source now, must be true to type 1, free from diseases and pests. Very important. Spacing between plants in the sucker production crops. I think they are saying 20 cm and 30 cm between. I think we'll come into that specific when we are, yes, 20, 30, yes, correct. But like I said, you have to rotate the nursery that you're raising your banana suckers 3 times. You can only use it 3 times, then you move to the next one. You cannot keep using that same field to propagate at your nursery over and over and over and over and over. No, we don't allow that. And then you rotate, just like crop rotation. You have used this part of the land for a while, then move to another part, leave that part, move just to avoid volunteer crops, to avoid diseases, because diseases they can easily, once they come the first time, you fight them, second time you feed the same space, they can evade even more, and there's a lot of things that you need to do to avoid to do that. Yeah. Yes, sir.
Yes. That's your word 3 times. I think it's great if you say your organization can say 3 years. But when you say 3 times, once the crop which I want to use for multiplication, I've already sourced the suckers and produced. Is it 3 records from those ones, or just give me years, 3 years. After 3 years, move from here. Instead of 3 times. I can move suckers 3 times in 1 year.
That's exactly why we're not
saying. I will not be there, you.
So that's why we're saying.
No.
Yes, I understand.
I want to say 2 years. After 2 years, this leave here.
Move to another one. Sir, based on the frequency of your production, we cannot give years. If we give it in years, like you said, I can afford to use my plot of land for 3 years, but I would have done about 9 or 10 from that particular process. So because of this, we would know that this is where it's coming from. But know that we are coming from, we are going to work together. We will be on your field at all times. When you're about to sell will come. And your certificate does not last forever. It lasts for a period. So you have certificates now, you still have to come back before you can sell. Not that exactly. So even you want you want to sell, you want your field to be right with law. So you don't want to do any, if you want to do and we catch you, then we delist you and kill that out of business for you. And you can be tried in court for that. Yes. Yes, the law allows for that. Volunteer crops are any other kind of crops, any other variety of, even if it's banana variety, there's another variety there. That's volunteer crop. If I plant tomato and I find pepper, volunteer. If I have planted maize, for example, and I plant a particular variety of maize, vitamin A maize, so this year, and the next year I plant low nitrogen tolerance maize, the following year, the vitamin A will come out whether I like it or not in the next year. So those are volunteer crops. They are the ones that you do not plant for. You don't want them there. Weeds are also volunteer crops. You don't want them there. Very good question, sir. Very good question. So one of the sacrifices we will ask of you as a seed producer is that you cannot intercrop. No matter the seed you are producing. We do not encourage intercropping. As a matter of fact, the standard is even going to make you plant your suckers close to each other. Because you're not, don't forget, the end game here is not having bunch of banana or bunch of plantains. It's strictly sucker production. So the idea is to take you from that to seed. If, for example, I was in the field, pardon me for digression, I was in the field in those states, and the man is multiplying yam. Now, the way they do the yam planting, Bashaman issue, naturally, is to have ridges made. So the man, and we told him, no, you can't do ridges. You can't do a ridges here. You have to do, no, not hips now, sorry. You do hips, but for production we do ridges. Naturally, we plant in hips, sorry, that's the right word. We plant in hips for banana, for yam. But this time around, he's doing seed yam. For seed yam, we don't plant in hips, we plant on ridges. And the spacing is so small that, because what we are looking for from the yam is a yam of at least 200 grams, not so big. That 200 grams is what you will plant, that's what you will sell as seed. So what's the point of having so much space of land going to waste? Having one heap here for 200 grams. Because we don't encourage you to cut anymore. No mini sets anymore. So what we want to do is plant, you now plant so close and you can maintain. So if I give you a 10 kg yam to go and multiply for me, by the time you plant on that ridge, you wouldn't have planted more than 5 or 6 ridges. And you think that it's so small. But when it comes out, the weight you are out there is what you will sell eventually and get up to a ton. So the idea is, we don't want you to have big, but since it's soccer, now this period, let's come back to soccer production. That's what you are producing. So you cannot intercrop. Besides, if you intercrop, all other crops will take, nutrients from the soil, and they won't have enough. And when they don't have enough, eventually they start using vigor. And then if it gets allowed, it will fail. This way. Yes, you have. But like I said, they must not be together. If you are planting a variety of banana on this portion of the field, you plant only that variety. If you are going to plant another variety of banana, then you take 1.5 meters away from that field and plant. You do not mix varieties together. Yes, sir.
When you are going on inspection and it spots off types, what is the tolerable off type that you can
Allow. Yes.
issue certifications?
Yes. Thank you very much for that question.
That also apply.
Sorry. I think you must have fit into my presentation, but that's the next slide. I'll make it answer. Really loud. So let's go there now. For, like I said, for specific standards now, one, assurance distance. I've explained assurance distance. This is often a problem when we get to the field because you might say you don't have too much field. I don't have too much land. I don't have this land. I can't afford to do this much. When we get to the field and we realize that we are not keeping to this standard, we can then cancel that field and not allow it to go for certification. Very much. So for off types, it's a percentage that's been allowed by protocol, which is 0.1%. That means in every 100 plants, the max you can get there is that's 0.01, 10, max 10, 0.1%. Am I correct? Yes. 0.1%. Now, from off types, which is the only one we can allow, you notice that the others down. 0%. When they say absent, it means we should not find it. Not that it came and I did not see it. No, it shouldn't be. So for all this bacteria, these diseases rather, that attack banana will still be talked about along the line of today's discussion. But the ones that are mentioned here, one, bacterial wilt must not be present. Black sigatoka, yellow sigatoka must not be present. Bunch-top virus, totally no tolerance to that at all. And any other known banana disease, because it's a protocol, it's a guiding principle. Tomorrow we might have another disease that might come out that will now become a problem to banana. But we don't want any of that. Okay.
Sorry.
Yes.
Do you give this standard to the people who want to engage themselves ahead of time so that they can?
So that's where we will come to that. That's what we call community seed producers and seed companies. Now, for community seed producers, there would have to be a body that comes together to form a cooperative known to the government. Now, when you form that cooperative,
Please can you all rise for the arrival of the Executive Director of National Horticultural Research Institute, Professor Mohamed Lawal Akaba. A round of applause for him. Executive Director, sir, you are highly welcome. Standing next to you is the Director General of the National Horticultural Seeds Council. It is represented by the Southwest Regional Director. Next to him is Dr. Oshola Bunju. Next to him is Dr. Rebecca Merase, all from NICE. Thank you very much. Now we have the ED, I create the indulgence. Please, you're highly welcome. That's the Director of Administration. Very welcome for that. Dr. Henry David, you're highly welcome. At this point in time, I know we are about finishing the current slide, but I crave the indulgence once again that we go straight to the opening ceremony segment. And as we all know, at the opening ceremony segment, please allow us to have our seats, please. Thank you all so very much. Thank you, Elisa. We've gone ahead to take the introduction to procedure. We've taken the pre-training evaluation. Currently, we're on the banana seed certification and community seed system. But right away, we would like to take the opening remarks from the Executive Director, NIHORT, and from the Director General, NAS. Please a round of applause for these two leaders in their good state in Nigeria. Teamwork, team effort, collaboration. A round of applause for these leaders in their good state in Nigeria. Thank you so very much. So just before I invite the Executive Director to give his opening remark, I'd like our leaders to know that seated in this auditorium are several and different caliber of people. We have individuals from the academia, we have individuals from research, we have individuals from core farming, we have individuals from the media, and we don't just have people from Lagos or Ibadan. We have people from Jos. If you're from Jos, just say good morning. We have people all the way from Ondo State. All from Ondo State, say good morning. We have people all the way from Osun. Say good morning. Good morning. We have people, sir, they didn't come from very far. They just came from Abia State. From Abia State. We have people from very far, from within Oyo State. We have people, they just have to just open their door, check, and then they go to this place. All the way from Abuja. Good morning. And these ones, their house is just, once you open this door, you get there. All the way from Cross River. Good morning. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, you've taken your time to be here today. We are so proud as an institute to have you here for this workshop on banana certification protocols being organized by the National Horticultural Research Institute and the National Agricultural Seeds Council. Together, everyone achieves more, and it is a collaboration that works. Please, I crave your indulgence now as we invite the Executive Director and Chief Executive Officer of NIHORT, Professor Mohammed Lawal Atonga, for his opening remarks. A round of applause for him as he comes on stage. A round of applause for him, please. A round of applause for him.
Thank you very much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The VPCs, State Council, represented heavily represented here by the Zona Representative Coordinator, the handlers, and the High Director from the State Council, Dr. Osho and Dr. Rebecca. It's nice seeing you again. After 40 minutes of clear data. Each time you've always been taking me around regarding the seed. The last time was a different seed. Today is a seed of banana, suckers, and good. I want to see more of this. That shows that the seed system in Nigeria is working. So this is it's nice to have you here. No farmer, great farmer. This is a great one. I greet all of you from very far as Ibadan, Oyo State, and so near as Calabar, Cross River State. We are all one in Nigeria. We are just divided by region, climate, our soil, but we are not divided in our thoughts, in our thinking, in our energy, in our productivity. So let's clap for ourselves. I think with a great pleasure, you are welcome to this great occasion. It is aptly done and well organized with my senior brother in James, which is State Council. They are my senior brother because if they don't satisfy what I bring, I will not be talking here. But as senior they have to be, they have to sort of subject to me. Because if I don't produce the siege, there's nothing they will control. So, so we are together. It's a great pleasure that we are having this collaboration, and I look forward to taking this collaboration to a higher pedestal in the interest of food security and national development. I have to welcome the great people here. We are the farmers. You are highly welcome to NIHORT. Some of you, this is the first time you are coming here. I believe many of you have been here several times because I believe this is the third time or second time we are doing this auction. In particular, with the State Council, didn't maybe the second time. The first time was when we started the whole process. We gathered all the farmers where we want to know what they need, how they will make it, and what they can use with it. I think we called people around here. That was about 6 or 9 months ago, Dr. Doctors. Yes, and this taking it further for the seed certification because it is very important to know what we are doing right from the onset, so that at the end of the day when we get it out, we will not have ourselves to blame. But if we have done all that is needed to be done, just as we are doing it now, by the time we come out with the whole thing, it will well satisfied. If it's satisfied, then we are talking in prosperity, in sufficiency, and in independency. Why I say so is this: seed is not just seed, it is politics. It is security, it is independency, and it is life. And we know how to do it well. And with the objective I've seen here, I believe if we give all the necessary attention and participation to it, we are going to achieve the objective of what this is meant for. And that is why we are here. Just like my brothers from the Cross River, we will not be here to play, but to know what we want to do so that we can achieve what we want to achieve. And this is an opportunity for us to get it right this time. Just look at it. In the time past, for the past 30, 40 years, let's assume, we have been doing banana, we have been doing plantain, and we don't have a structured seed system. I think it's not the time to say it. If we have a structured seed system, Nigeria can compete globally in the productivity and production of banana plantain all over the world. We have the land, we have the resources, we have the climate, we have the people, we have the intellect. Just like the president said in Brazil, then what are we waiting for? So what we are waiting for is to get ourselves organized. And the best way we can organize ourselves is to get the certification of those people that knows it. It may be on you on the field that knows it better than we do, and we are doing research. When we now compare, interact, relate, then we will know the best option to go. So, on behalf of myself and the Internal Management Committee of this great institute, as well as the entire staff of this great national resources, because now it is national resources. If you are talking of plantain, banana, you have to talk of NIHORT. And in our strong collaboration with IITA and my big brother, State Council, I welcome you to this workshop, and I believe the best of the best will be taken out of this, so that at the end of the day, we're going to have the best thing to take the country to the next level. You are highly welcome, and I pray we return home safely at the end of this production. I want to ask you to make the best of the opportunity that this collaboration will offer us. God bless us, God bless the Nigeria.
Please let's keep those hands going.
Like the Iron Lady told me, she's the anchor of the whole thing. I remember when she started this program, she always be disturbing me. Even 1 a.m. he said, your guy correct this, I don't wait till I correct. Now you get the brain. an outstanding breeder, the Director of Research, Dr. Dorcas Betway. Please let's give a round of applause. And I have my another IEC member, Dr. Ake Nobu, the Director of Biotechnology. And I have my mama. Without her, you see Hancock, that's why I say, you know, when a woman is doing home well, you know, Director of the, I say, Dr. David. I remember when they give you money, they here. Mr. Elisa. If you don't need money, you don't be there. And my nursery schoolmate that always disturb me, Dr. Ibe. I will not reach your side. When beside disturbing me, is the Hancock. So, on behalf of all of us, I'm declaring this workshop open. God bless it. Thank you.
Another round of applause for Professor Muhammad Awad. Yes. Please, we would like to take the group photograph right. Yes. I'd like first the dignitaries to face. So we'll take the executive director and the DG first, and then, okay, let's take everybody first. Let's take first, and then everybody will come around. Let's take first. We'll take this first, we'll take the ED and DG after, and then each and every one of us will step outside to come up here. Okay. DG and ED alone, representative of the DG and ED alone, and then every other person. Okay, please let us all come around. All of us can stand and all forward. Everybody say banana. Now we'll do it with the thumbs up. You all say banana and do thumbs up. Not yet. Are you ready? Everybody say banana. Thank you so much. Indian Professor Raghunathan from Harvard University.
Yes, sir.
He also knows when we went for the visit down there.
Primary school mates me.
Thank you. We feel the indulgence he has to attend to some other present matters, like I said earlier. Ongoing some monitoring activities going on in the institute. Now we will continue. We are on specific standards for banana suckers. So I'd like to call back Mr. Shogi Detail to come continue. Now I'd like to please say this. While we have questions we want to ensure we are able to take all that we have listed to do today. So I appeal to you. At the end of the speaking session, we will take the questions. So please don't lose train of your thoughts. You can please write it down. And then at the end of the session, we will take questions because we want to ensure we take in as much as possible of all that we have listed here. But I believe we are learning. I believe we are learning. So what's the minimum isolation distance from one banana variety to another? Hey, Joe. All right, decision, you have the floor.
Okay. Can we continue? So, please, if you have asked a question, you've requested of me that you should please put it down, the question you asked, and then they can use that to get like a feedback of the understanding of what we've been teaching per session. And if you still have questions I'm almost done anyway, before we finish this, also note it down and I'll attend to it while we have the time for questions. Okay? So we're going to the next slide, which is where we're talking about the issuance of seed codex tags and the quality control certificates. Now, a seed field shall be deemed fit to be issued with seed codex or quality control certificates, which we give for cassava, for banana, for potato, and a couple of other bananas, if they have met the following standards. One, the healthy standards that have been stipulated by law, meaning that it must have passed the field inspection, which is field standard. It must have passed the seed standard, which is the lab standard. So you pass both field and you pass seed. That's what we call them. That's why we come to inspect, and then we take samples to the lab, and also, so it works like that. Then it must be cleaned and packaged with quality disinfectant materials and well labeled. Now the labeling, these are the information that must be on every seed container that is to be sold in whatever packaging it comes. The crop, the variety, the class of seed, again, class of seed, the propagation method, the purity percentage, the lot number, the number of planting materials, the producer's name, address, phone number, as well as the date it was packaged. Now, let me shed light on some things. One, percentage purity is how, like we had mentioned exactly, of types. So it means the percentage of how pure the field has been. When it gets to the lab, if it's a seed that can be counted, like cereals and the likes, they would also still do a purity test on them. For cassava, for example, we still take it to the lab for DNA fingerprinting to be sure that the particular variety you are buying is what you're getting. The same too would apply for banana, as well as would also be giving out certificates to those that have controlled environments where they will be doing multiplication of banana suckers. So that is also going to be part of the things that will be there. Now the lot number is a unique number that is being given to each seed variety, each lot, each field. So like I mentioned earlier, you have 3 fields of banana, different varieties. You have planted one right here, the second one here, the third one here. They are different varieties. Each of them will have a lot number. Now the lot number consists of distinct figures. First is the year of production. So if your seed is being produced in the year 2025, for example, the first figure will be 25. The next is the month it was harvested. The month you are harvesting that particular seed. So if it is in the month of August like we are, it goes 08. So you have 25-08. The next is the state where your farm is located. If it's in Oyo, if it's in Cross River, if it's in Plateau, so we have codes for that. PL for Plateau, CR for Cross River, OY for Oyo, for example, and like that. Then the next is going to be the field number. Like we had said, she has 3 varieties, so she has 3 fields, which is 1, 2, 3. So you can, the next number will be 01 for that one, 02 for this one, 03 for this one. But there are other things that now comes to the hand of this inspector. If he feels that if I had been to the field of 17 banana, sorry, if I had been to the field of 17 banana seed producers, and your field was the 10th, I can easily give your field number 10, number 11, or I can be magnanimous and say I can give you maybe like a number 40. So it's left to the seed inspector to give this number. Now that number comes to that particular seed lot. So the one we're talking about is 25, 08, 0Y, 01, let's say 01, let's make it easy. If tomorrow you now sell out these materials, then there's an issue that happens from who bought it from you. And then we're trying to backtrack, we're trying to backtrace. Where did they come from? It also helps the breeders to know where the problem is coming from. Then we'll try to track back. You bought it from who? You mentioned the person, okay. From so-so person I bought this variety. Okay, who has this variety in the whole of the country? We'll simmer them down. Let's try to bring out them down. Okay, this is what we have. Then we'll now check again. Which state did you come from? From this state. It limits us to a particular number of people. Which field is this coming from? From this particular seed grower. Oh, which of the fields? Then we come and then we can isolate that problem so that such diseases or pests cannot become a problem to the country in the future. At the same time, if, for example, you have now done more than we tell you to do based on production cycle, and you are now bringing it out, what lot number would you be able to give to such a variety? It won't have a lot number. And therefore, whoever is buying from you already knows that this has not undergone certification. So that is one of the things that it carries for whatever seed that you produce in the country. Okay, I think it's backwards. Yeah. Now, like I said, that we're trying to track back. What makes it easy to track back is one of the things that we do for seed companies and seed producers. For seed companies, you must register with CAC, document to register with the government, with your phone number, your details, your bank details, all, so you are easily accessible and we can easily lay hold of you if there is a problem coming from the seeds that you sell. Now, for community seed producers, we ensure that they do CAC registration, not CAC, cooperative registration with either the local government or the state government. They will give you a license. When they are known by you, that cooperative body will have the president, the vice president, the secretary, and the likes. Now, in that cooperative group alone is who will now give license to, not an individual. So the cooperative body is who we are now licensing for production. So if there's only one person in that cooperative body that is producing, I can't produce today and say, okay, Shegun seeds. No. But I belong to a cooperative that says Dr. Docker's Cooperative. So if I produce, it will be backed in the name of Dr. Docker's Cooperative, not Shegun seeds. It helps us to be able to track individuals better. If I say we should give it out to Shegun seeds, today I can cause a problem and I can be in my great-grandmother's village, where she was once a princess, and I have a house there, and you would not know where to find it. And it caused problems already for the country. So we do not give, if we are giving to individuals, then we are giving to companies that have been registered, that are ready to do business. We know them already, they are easily accessible to us. On that note, yes ma'am.
Question.
Please go ahead.
I want to ask on behalf of our community system, for seed that's currently being produced, they are being produced by people that grow for the fruits, for banana. That is the stage we are now. So we are going to, we want to get people that will be doing seed business, or specifically for seed, producing seed for farmers that grow the fruits. So now, I want to ask on behalf of that community, now if they are in a community, let's look at human situation, where in a community they may fall out of each other. Maybe somebody is doing more, another person is doing less, and things may come like that. So in that case, how, because we find out that in a community, few people may actually be more interested.
That's right.
And others may not. But because it is a community, they may hide under it and be taking the profits that few. So how do we handle some? How have you handled it in some other crops?
Thank you very much, ma'am. That's a very good question. Because we'll notice that every time we discuss with a group of farmers, naturally, when it comes to seed production, of say 10 farmers, maybe 2 or 3 are interested. Now, 2 or 3 interested would still tell them that they have no choice, they need to belong to a cooperative because of the sake of tracing back. It's very important. So you still need to belong to a cooperative. Now, within that cooperative, we believe that there are certain guidelines that would guide that cooperative, which each cooperative person would have to align or abide by. That is what we are counting on, rather than saying we want to give it to individuals. If tomorrow the cooperative is formed, like I said, in the local cooperative, for example, there are 25 of us there, but I am the only one who wants to do seed business, who is ready, or who is serious. For example, if I do the seed production, the receipts will carry, and the labeling will carry Dr. Docker's cooperative.
Okay.
The proceeds are coming to who is the serious one, not no. After the following year, you will still have to come back to the council for us to again re-certify you. If we to give you a license again, if we realize that this particular cooperative is not ready, then we delist the cooperative. The license is not a license you take and then you keep producing. The certificate is one you take and keep producing forever. The license is renewable every year. The license is renewable every year. Even the seed company's license is renewable every year. They must renew it every year. So if the cooperative is saying they want to, yes, please, go ahead. Yes.
Thank you, presenter. I just want to add something to what you have said for emphasis. And I think you might not want to say it because those are the days you use on the field. For a cooperative registers to produce, when he and his team is going for certification, he acknowledges that the cooperative is producing, but he also acknowledges that farmer A is producing on this location, this hectare, and so. So whatever happens, he knows the actual farmer that is producing. So whether you are under the cooperative and you are not producing, he knows, because he knows the name of the actual farmer that is producing the seed. That is what we call the traceability trend. Thank you.
secrets one after the other. It's what certain officers hold on to. So, well, there's some things that you keep under the week. No, not to victimize you, sir. It's just to, there are things that we still need to check. You can't be perfect. You have to keep on, it's an evolving process. Okay, fine, thank you, sir. Yes, sir. Okay, sir.
People that you are coming to certify should be not
Oh, yeah, okay. I think.
let me ask you.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. You have to say you have 3 stages that you when you go for your inspection. The first one is you plant paper, the staging is available. So the pre-planting is done before you plant. To certify the location, it is conducive, respect, all those kind of things. Now if somebody fails at that point, or you find somebody not putting, you can advise. Now, when it comes to the harvesting, since it's not on fruit, at what stage, what is the maximum time for harvesting? So that farmers will know my field is due for harvesting. So I can how many weeks, how many months, things like that. That's the second thing. Now the third one we talked about purity. Is it genetic purity or you want to check disease purity or what? I think that is very
So, yes, the purity wise for banana now is still going to be less purity very much. And then we also still check on the field. So there is this physical where I see when you pick out which are the off types. There is a score. So we have a score sheet where you record what's number and who's allowed and all. We have a digital certification pattern that we use that often states the scores automatically and then it comes into the headquarters. But for banana for now, it's not yet scaled down to, but I hope it will be pretty good.
No, for that community, it should have been like not, you already have, it's a registered variety that has its own descriptor. So that genetic purity, you have information. So when you go there, you look for those things. You also look for disease.
They will now take samples and then please take back. So it's it's based on physical and also very good. For the months of the soccer program, I'm sure there's still talk about that, but it's covered by who don't let me yes. Then that's the first question. It was you saying short. So we don't have to I think like please sorry 1 minute. We don't want to okay. Please go ahead, sir.
Thank you so much. My name is Actually, I have an idea of what is now. I want to ask because I don't know whether there's any financial organization right that in the basis we have where seek companies and two. I know categorically when maize, soybean,
you very much, sir, for the questions. For the second question, like I told Dr. here, there's still the part where we discuss about banana production. It's coming, so don't let us keep further. Let us jump in. We'll get there in a matter of time. The first question was about, say it again. Oh, yes. So that was one of the things that the ED mentioned when he was here. He talked about having been in existence, a seed system, for about 30, 40 years. And unfortunately, we, until now, do not have a variety registered in the country. So one of the things that ProSiva is facilitating is ensuring that we can clean the varieties that we have locally that are in the hands of the farmers, as well as improved varieties that can then be brought out and registered. So this is in the works already, and one of the things that Dr. Dokas is working on actively. So in the soonest of time, I'm very positive, and I don't want to give out the timeline. I don't know the timeline, but she will be able to tell us how soon we can have this on the shelf ready for pickup, as well as what packaging and what time and when is one of the things that she will discuss. Yes, thank you very much. Please write down your question. Write down your question. Please write down your question. Pass it to me. I'll respond as much as I can when we have a free period. If there are no other questions, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Shegun. One thing I know about NASC officers is that when it's time to talk, they are always ready and willing to talk. DG, sir, we must say thank you to you and all members of your staff. Great farmers, no farmer, no nation. Thank you to you also, because without you, we won't exist. Yes or yes?
Yes. Yes and yes.
All right. Some diseases have been mentioned. Who can remember any of the diseases that was mentioned while Mr. Shegun was presenting? Yes, ma'am. Black sigatoka. Yellow sigatoka. A++, me, I was led to you. A++, now I'm led to you. So, black sigatoka are black, abi. Yellow sigatoka are yellow. No white sigatoka. Only black, yellow. Wonderful. Nematodes. Why should I have nematodes more? How you go take Sabia? Through the roots. I'm enjoying this. This is what is called diagnostics. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to go to identification of banana diseases and diagnostics. And it's none other than, we have someone here in house we call virus. So, I won't call her virus, but I will call her so that I'll be safe when we finish it. Please let's welcome Dr. Rebecca Merasi.
Good afternoon, everybody seated. And good morning. Okay, sorry, we are still in the morning. Good morning, everybody seated, and welcome to this gathering. And I believe after I was laughing because Dr. Olomide has started my lecture already, and he has already given me the clue on how to go about the lecture, because I know everybody here will be teaching me I'm just going to be speaking from the scientific aspect and the laboratory aspect, but I know the farmers here are the ones that are doing this job day in and day out. So they have even more experience on the field rather than those of us that are reading it inside the book. So you are going to be teaching me more about these diseases today because I'm going to be learning from you. I'm just going to come across, I'm going to tell you about the ways to go about it. Identification of important banana diseases. There are some that are on the field there that doesn't have name, but you see them as a diversification on the field. When we talk about diseases, we have triangles of diseases. We have the host, we have the disease itself, and we have the environment. It means that three things have to be together before you can talk about malformation on your field. The host, the disease itself, and the environment. In terms of banana, who wants to tell me the host here? Which one is the host? The plant, which is the banana plant. Yes. The environment where it's being planted. The field. Thank you. And when we talk about the disease itself, it's talking about any of these pathogens that is found. The disease also is any deviation from normalcy on the field. We all know that the color of our plantation is supposed to be very green and beautiful. But when you get to the field and you see some kind of deviation, then there can be cause for alarm. Then I still want to lay the foundation that it's not all the symptoms we see on the field that are really disease-induced. Some can be lack of nutrients. Some can come as a result of a drought. So many things can cause deviation, and this is where NAS come in. This is where the laboratory come in. It's not sufficient for our certification officers to be, we have two standards in NASC, according to the law. We have the field standard and we have the seed standard, which is the laboratory standard. The field is the work of the guide on the field, and we in the lab. So the combination of these two reports give your field either pass or fail. Your field can pass at the field level and fail at the laboratory level. This is what, if it fails at the laboratory level, that field cannot be used as a certification field. It has to pass the two standards before we can call it a certification field. This is just a preamble of what we want. I'm going to be talking about the pathogens that affect banana plantation, either banana or plantain. Either way, the diseases that affect them. Those that you can control right on the field, and those that you cannot control them. Some you can control through the use of chemicals, through practicing enough agronomic practices very well, and some of these pathogens, they cannot be controlled by chemicals. The only thing you use in controlling them is eradication, as in you uproot and you throw them away. We have some pathogens that affect plantation. We have the nematodes. We have the viruses. We have the bacteria, and we have fungi. Now, I want to throw a question to the house before you throw the question back at me. Now, among these pathogens that I mentioned, which one can be controlled? Which one does not listen to chemical control? I mentioned bacteria, I mentioned fungi, I mentioned nematodes, and I mentioned viruses. I don't want a chorus answer, please. I want, if you are very sure, as the farmers, please, where are the farmers here? Yes, these are the main people that are doing the work on the field, and these are the ones that can teach us on diseases. Which one is controllable, which one is not controllable? Okay, all can be controlled, but which one cannot be used, cannot be controlled through the use of chemicals? Even when I said I don't want chorus, people still gave me chorus, but all the way we are going to chorus the clap for one another. So let's chorus the clap for one another. The clap is supposed to be for only one person, but we all got it. Thank you very much. When it comes to virus, when you're talking about virus, you also look at it from the aspect of human viruses. The same thing applicable to human viruses is the same thing that is applicable to plant viruses. But when it comes to bacteria, it can be sprayed. When it comes to fungi, we can spray. And when it comes to nematodes, although nematode would have done a lot of damage because it affects the roots. And you know, before something can affect the roots, to show on the plant itself, a lot of damage has occurred. So when you realize this is nematode infection, the whole plant is gone. True or false? Thank you. We move to the next. I've summarized all my slides. If I say thank you for listening now, I'm fine, because I've just told you what I want to discuss. Just in summary, in a layman's language that we can all understand, because I don't want to bother us with scientific grammar. I don't know how to use this thing. Okay, from here it's not moving, but it's moving here. Okay, thank you. So, from a way of introduction, we have, from the way of introduction, which I believe Dr. Dorcas will still do a good justice introducing us to banana and some other things. But from certification angle and NAS angle, it's an important food crop in Nigeria, serving as both a staple food and a cash crop for smallholder farmers across the country. Its production is constrained, you will all agree with me, by so much biotic stresses, particularly diseases. Mr. Shegun mentioned the other time that the aim of going into agribusiness is to make profits. And you can all agree with me that diseases can wipe off the entire field within a twinkle of an eye. So in this case, we take diseases as a very serious matter when it comes to production. Banana diseases in Nigeria are caused by fungi, we have explained that, bacteria, viruses, and nematodes. And their prevalence is influenced by country's tropical climate. What is affecting banana in this part of the country is not likely to be what is going to be affecting it in other parts of the country. And if it's going to be the same thing, the strains, the species will be different from one another. It's characterized by high humidity and rainfall, which favors pathogen development and spread. Some of these pathogens does well during rainy season, and some of them cannot withstand rainy season. And these diseases we are talking about is transmitted by some vectors. We have discovered that it can be transmitted by aphids, it can be transmitted by whiteflies, especially when it comes to virus. But some of these other pathogens can be due to planting infected planting material. You went to your neighbor's farm, you saw his plantation, you just say, oh, I love your planting plantain. Can I have one sucker from your field? And go and plant it in my own field. You don't know the harm you are doing to yourself. You are collecting a kind of pathogen from that field and taking it to your own field. In that side, it is human transmission. You have been the one transmitting a non-healthy sucker to your own field. And there, if the environment is favorable to this, it starts multiplying. And before you know what is going on, the whole field, even the ones you have there before that was not infected, because you have introduced a new pathogen to your field, it becomes infected. Management is critical for food security. And some of these diseases that we can see, I don't want you to focus on the grammar, but focus on the symptoms. Which among these symptoms have you ever come across on your field? In case you come across these symptoms and you don't really know what it is or what causes it, that is the essence of this training. Have any one of us seen any type of these symptoms on our field, on our banana field or plantain field? If we have seen it on our field, let's see our hand. Okay, you have seen it, but did you really know what is causing it? Were you able to manage it? How did you manage it? The management you introduced to the field, was it effective? Do you still need help in managing these diseases? That is why Seed Council can still tell you more. I can see Baba there pointing some of these. These, if you don't cut the stem of this last one, if you don't cut the stem, you will not be able to see. But there is no disease that will occur either to the stem or to the roots. The leaf will display the symptoms. The leaf will display the symptoms. And through the help of diagnostics, you can be able to detect them earlier so that you can apply whatever you want to apply at the very tender early stage. Not to leave it to like many years, or maybe after 1 year you've paid labor for weeding, applying fertilizer. You are just giving treatment to this pathogen, and the treatment you are giving them is favoring them to strive well. And at the end of the day, they still collapse the whole plant, and you won't be able to get anything from the plant. If you see these symptoms on your field, it is called Panama disease, and it's caused by bacteria. The disease, the symptoms, you will see the leaf yellowing, vascular browning, wilting. Then at the same time, it will lead to the death of the plant because the bacteria is attacking the stem. And this is, if the stem is not strong enough, it won't be able to carry the bunch of the banana or plantain that is going. So you need a very healthy plant to carry the bunch that is coming after your production. Now, we have, I was happy when we were mentioning sigatoka. We have the black sigatoka and we have the yellow sigatoka. This one is the most prevalent foliar disease of banana in Nigeria. And that is why everybody was echoing sigatoka, because it's very common. We all see it on the field. And these are the symptoms. Before I went into plant pathology, I used to thought that this one is maturity. This first one, because we believe that when a plant is green and is turning brown, it has attained maturity and is dying, finishing its tenure. But it was when I entered plant pathology, I knew that some of it at this stage is even going without any profit to be made. It's a disease. And if you get to the farm and if you don't check it, we can see that we are losing the symptoms. Like I said, is necrotic streaks on the leaf. It reduces photosynthesis. The greenness of the leaf is being reduced, and the yield losses up to 50%. The disease progresses through distinct stages, starting with reddish brown flakes which develop. I cannot explain Sigatoka to the farmers here. They will be the best person to even explain to me how Sigatoka is on the field. We have the bananas and tomonas, and not yet widespread in Nigeria. It's still not it's not a common one in Nigeria, but to avoid it being spread is, like Mr. Shegun said the other time, your source of seed is very, very important. When you get your seed from the right source, when anything happens to it, you can trace it back. You have the ability to sue the seed company and collect back your claims if you have administered all the necessary agronomic practices. Like I said, kindly focus more on the symptoms so that when you see any of this outbreak on your field, you can raise the alarm, you can blow the whistle, and we take samples from your field, we take it back to the lab for diagnostics, and remedy is being recommended. If it is a viral attack, we'll tell you to that particular plant you noticed, uproot it and destroy it so that it doesn't affect others. And if it is even if it is this nematode that is already attacking, you are going to destroy it because it has already destroyed the plant. You are going to be uprooting it, doing a very good barrier for it so that it doesn't affect others. Now, we have the banana bunchy top. It has been confirmed in Nigeria through molecular survey. It's still not very rampant like the Sigatoka diseases, but it is available in Nigeria. Prevention needs to be taken for us not to get the whole field being wiped off. And this is the symptoms of banana bunchy top. We have the banana streak virus, is also a viral disease, and these are the streak. When we say streak, we have maize streak virus also. When we say streak, you just get to your field and you see the leaf with a kind of lines, yellow lines on the leaves. So we also have it. These are the symptoms when you get to the field that needs emergency attention. This is nematode. We've all discussed the nematode disease of banana. It affects, you can see those ones falling off. When the root is not strong enough and the tap roots are not entering the ground again to bring out the nutrients needed by the plant, the next thing is for the plant to fall off. Then, we cannot know about these diseases and not know about how we can manage diseases. We all agree with me that prevention is better than cure. Do all you can to get a good plantable material. So because there are some, when they invade your field, controlling them is more disastrous than you getting a quality seed at the beginning. Now, we talk about disease management. You can control them either through chemical, through biological, through maintenance, good maintaining field, weeding at the same time. But in case you used one method and it is not being effective, that is where integrated disease management comes in. What do we understand by integrated? Integrated as in combining two methods together, whereby leaving chemical as the last option, because we want to minimize the use of chemical to the barest minimum because of chemical residual effects on the plant, which is also hazardous to human health. So as much as we can, we are preaching no chemical in the control of these diseases. And that is where we come combining two methods together to achieve a particular goal. The key practices include obtaining clean planting stock, implementing quarantine measures. Mr. Shegun said you cannot intercrop and call it a seed field. You cannot add maize inside okra, inside tomato, inside beans, just because you have a small farmland and you want to maximize the seed. That is just for consumption. That is grain production, not seed production. You maintain clean, because some other plants you are planting inside this banana can be a reservoir for all these pathogens. And if they are a suitable host for these pathogens, it automatically poses a threat to the field, to the plantain that you are planting. Then removing infected plants. At the same time, promoting healthy soil. You can prune. Perform controlled leaf pruning, especially during the reproductive phase, so that all the nutrients that need to be concentrated on the reproductive stage will not be going into the leaf. So when you prune, you'll be able to control some things, because all the aphids and all the vectors that we are mentioning, they will harbor on the leaf. So sometimes if you prune them, you are dishabitating them, and it will also help in the management, and at the same time to reduce disease severity and improve food development. Another thing is to do crop rotation. This year you are planting plantain here. 2 years after the harvest of the plantain, you can choose to, after some years of doing plantain on that field, you can leave it for some years to follow while you introduce some other crop that what affects the plantain will not affect. Like you can rotate it with legumes or cereals. By the time you are finishing with that and reintroducing the plantain back on the field, you are sure that there is nothing infestation left on that field that will affect what you are introducing. The weed management, I was on Dr. Docker's field. I was asking her that the workers bring a broom to sweep the ground of the field. The field was super clean. And that is what is expected of a seed field. It will be clean at all times. By the time you do all these practices humanly, the effect of the environment on your plant will be minimized, and you will have a bountiful harvest. Then, the water management is also very, very important. And in conclusion, banana diseases threaten Nigerian food security and farmers' livelihoods. Early detection and integrated control strategy are key. Investment in resistant breeding and farmer training is very needed. We need to be aware. We need to be informed. If there is any improved variety, we should go for it to ensure bountiful harvest. Healthy plantations ensure sustainable banana production. And with this, I want to say thank you for the attention.
Thank you so very much. Now we entertain questions, but before then, I need to quickly make this announcement. We ought to step out right away for our tea break, but where we have set up for the tea break, the executive director and management members are currently using there for an important meeting. And we cannot go in there to even bring them out and say, let's use it. So please, enjoy, bear with us, please. As soon as they are done, we will go in there. So after the question and answer session, we will, if you all agree, I need your agreement on this. We will start the next class, but as soon as it's free, we will put a pause and then we'll go take our tea break and then we'll come back. Are we all good with that? So questions for one on this side. Okay, 1, 2 on this side. All right. So someone did it earlier, but now so Urukoyin at the I know we didn't do it earlier, but let's do it so that, because one of the things we're here for also is networking. So you have the floor. Yes. Adi.
Having the drums of speakers here. It is a general question, very important. There is ranging controversy about GMO. So we don't have that in banana or plantain right now. But you can't take anything from Nigeria. The funniest thing is that the standard organization, quarantine, I don't know the role of speakers in here. I think you should be concerned. Of course, all we are doing as farmers will depend on what you guys are doing. So if you don't have feedback, and it's like federal government is complying, it's complicit, or would I say it's enjoying itself with it, because there's no, and some of the response we have from the signal that now, it's like they are talking from two sides of their mouth. So I want to know the Sea Council take on this, and it's very, very important, because especially social media, they talk so much, but I, as an experienced and a partner to drive the especially all research institutes, we should not take everything that comes and say it's bad. We should take these things to the researchers to learn, so to see how bad these things are. But because the government is not talking, experts are not talking, they are not giving us the way forward. So I wish to know what CCAS is, your take on this.
Thank you, sir. I was about to say, this going to be the first place I will go in that again. But God, you disappointed me. Well, from the science point of view, I'm going to talk from the science point of view and leave it for us to see. Because most people that are talking about GMO, they don't know about science. Let me, okay. Well, you can hear my voice.
I can, but let them hear.
Okay. Who are?
Yes, please.
I believe we all eat catfish.
Yeah.
grows. As we grow older, we begin to have some illnesses and like diabetes, things like that is common. My mom has it, and she uses insulin. These two things are mentioned are genetically modified, if you don't know before. So if you now say we can use genetically modified drugs, we can eat genetically modified catfish, but we can't eat genetically modified meat, that means we are speaking from two sides of the mouth. When we talk about genetically modified organisms, we are telling us that a certain challenge has been identified, and the best way to solve it is to introduce something into that crop that can help us solve the challenge. We all grow maize, at least even behind our house, and we know what is called fall armyworm. We know any little time rain ceases for like 7 days, before you know they've infested your field. And they thought it was like, how can we solve this? If you want to control fall armyworm, you know the number of chemicals you pump into your maize. Let's not deceive ourselves. These chemicals still remain in the crop long after we have sprayed it. It still remains there. And instead of pumping more chemicals, why can't we have something that will make us not to use chemicals and it will still solve our problem? That was just the science behind GM. But because of information and misinformation, the people, I don't want to, I say I want to talk from the scientific point of view, so I don't want to accuse anyone. If I was selling to you these glasses, and I sell it to you 100 naira, and I'm making money, everybody has eye problem, and this, my sister, decides to create one drug that you will use, and you won't use glasses again. As a businessman, what will I do? I will discredit that drug. That if you use that as drug, it will blind your eyes. And the same way, she was one that is selling the drugs before I brought glasses. She will tell you that glasses, very soon you will see that your eyes will not see. So some of these, I don't want us to play to the hands of people that are doing their corporate business. Let's look at the science. If they bring a gene into something that will help our plants to grow better, is it not better for us to continue to use chemicals and chemicals and chemicals? That is the essence of GMO. But some people will say in those crops, yes, when you eat it, cancer will happen. When you eat it, this will happen. Before we started hearing GMO, there was cancer. America has been eating GMO over 30 years. Is their cancer more than what is in Africa? They have more. Thank you. Sir, let me finish, sir. Because I said I want to talk from scientist's point of view. If I leave this forum, we will change the topic we are here to discuss today. And I don't want us to get there. When they bring the forum for GMO, let us discuss the forum for GMO. But I will tell you categorically from the scientist's point of view and National Agricultural Seed Council, what we do is to certify crops that has gone through different stages of test by National Biosafety Management Authority. It is their duty to do all the confirmatory trials and ensure that the crops are good. For us, we certify the seed that are produced. So I think I will lay it to rest there. This forum is not a forum to discuss here. If not, we will derail our meeting. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. Your question.
concerned also because of the varieties. That's what. Okay.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Yes, because they are all the same species, as in different varieties, but they belong to the same family. This is just that a father and a mother with their children. The children have different kinds of character. As in, they might not look the same, but they still have the genetic makeup of their parents. So the parents, the father and the mother, the genetic makeup still remain the same, either plantain, either banana. So what affects these pathogens affect the genetic makeup of the nuisance species, either plantain or banana. So they have the same level of, like I said the other time, they might have the same thing, but different strains. We call something strains, like headache. We have slight headache, we have mild, we have very severe headache. We have migraine. We have some that affect only the head. You have some that is headache, but it will affect all the, you understand? Just different things, but the same thing affects every nuisance species. Thank you. Yes, sir.
I'm a professional minor. I hear from Social State. We have discussed issue about diseases. We talk about yellow, black, cicatuga, and nematodes. I want to ask, in some states, particularly my state, there are times we see exodus of these locusts. Locusts can come into a farm like this and eat up all the leaves. So those locusts, do they not deposit any disease in the plantains or banana? That's my question.
Thank you. That's where diagnosis comes in. The ones that have been affected to transmit these viruses or diseases are the ones I've mentioned. Now, locusts entering the field and eating up the field is a cause for research to check maybe they are carriers of a particular disease or the other. You know, it's not all these insects that are harmful. Some are beneficial. Some fall on the soil and still contribute to the nutrients of the soil. Some, they are must to be on the field. And this one might be the leaf that entices them. They might not carry any form of disease, but they still need to be controlled, because if locusts enter the field and eat up all the leaves, where what we now take photosynthesis for the development of the plant. So they still need to be controlled also. But that they are carriers of diseases, no. I can't tell now until when they are diagnosed and reported to be a carrier of one particular disease or the other. But too much infestation of these locusts on your field is also bad. Because when they eat up the leaf, it will also affect your plants. Have I answered your question? Thank you. Okay.
Sorry. You alluded to the fact that initially you found it difficult distinguishing between cicatuga and serotonin when the plants are getting together. And sometimes you find out that most diseases, through visual observation, you may misread them. So since you are into diagnostics, for a farmer to be very sure that this is the disease, has to seek for the appropriate treatment. Yeah, it would be nice for them to also know where they can bring samples for diagnosis, so that they can eliminate all other options and target the real causal problem. So where can they go for such diagnosis? They have how easily accessible are they to find?
Thank you very much. For the sake of this training, that was why I didn't go deep into the diagnosis aspect, because it's another thing on its own, diagnosis, picking the samples, sending it to the laboratory for confirmation of whatever that is seen on the field. Then we have, for policy making, maybe you want to import or something, then you can bring your samples to National Agricultural Council. We have 6 regions all over. Once it gets to the nearest region to you, you get your results.
Can you come to NIHORT and they provide such type of service?
Yes. They said yes. They asked me to say yes. Just on the lighter mode, yes, NIHORT can provide, because they are also government establishment, and that is their mandate. They have banana as their mandate. NIHORT can then send such samples to us for double confirmation, so that whatever they are getting, we are also getting, and that is where the synergy and collaboration comes in, just to confirm their work. But if you want to import plantain now, their certificate is very important in testing, attached with NASC certificate, so your import will fly.
Thank you. Thank you. Round of applause for Dr. Rebecca. Thank you also very, very much. It's been a good time of learning. I think we can stretch now. At this point in time, we will step out for a brief refreshment. So, Tabati Bosita, Eko Wole straight, and then turn left. My colleague there will lead us as we go to the break room to have our tea break. Please, if you have not been given your tickets, please just signify so that we can bring to you. So we have one person here. So please let's all rise and file out. Let's follow Mr. Lawal. So let's just follow him. He will lead us to where we'll get our tea break. You can leave your bags in the auditorium, they are safe. We can assure you of that. You can leave your bags, your file in the auditorium. You can leave it on your seat. You can leave your bag. Then you go back in silence, you go back in silence. Sorry, I got to see. Showing commitment. And I'm very, 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 very encouraged that we are all networking to ensure we get the best seeds of the best varieties to all end users. At this point in time, I'd like us to please welcome Dr. Dorcas Olubumi Vitoye to take us on the next set of classes. And according to my Hebrew anointing, Iron Lady.
Great farmer. No farmer. We don't mean what we are saying. We should say it like we mean it. No nation, nobody can exist without food. Whatever food it is, nobody. You are welcome. And I want to once again thank every one of you for taking out your time to be with us here. Many of you we have met in your different communities, isn't it? I know that some of you in Osho, you didn't meet me, you met my colleague. I joined them on, later because I went to do something else. So you are welcome. I am Dorcas Olubumi Ibitoye. That's my Baba. All right. So we are all gathered here because of plantain and banana. Ogede jije, ogede were, la manke banana, abi. The one that is dessert that we take after meal is the banana. And the one we can boil, we can pound, we can fry, we can roast is the plantain. For all scientists, it is a banana. It is a banana tree. So the plantain is just a starchy banana, okay? It has more starch than the dessert one. So we should not be confused. So when you hear banana, 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 it includes plantain as well. All right? So we are saying the same thing. And we want to talk about seed production. Because what ProSiva is trying to do, is trying to get at, is to be able to get seed businesses, to get entrepreneurs that will actually focus on seed production of banana. We have two different types of farmers. We have the farmers that grow what you grow, and a farmer that grow what you eat. A farmer that grows what you grow is a seed farmer. And a farmer that grows what you eat is the commercial farmer. Àgbẹ̀ tó máa gbin tá a máa gbìn. Àtàgbẹ̀ tó gbin tá a máa jẹ. They are two different. But àgbẹ̀ tó gbin tá a máa jẹ must depend on that quality source from àgbẹ̀ tó gbin nǹkan tá a máa gbìn. And that is the secret of the developed countries. Their seed system is very perfect. They don't tamper with it. Because they know if anything goes wrong with that seed system, every other thing in the food chain is wrong. So once we get it right with the seed, you can never get it wrong with the food. So that brings us down to, for other vegetatively propagated crops like cassava, like yam, a lot of progresses have been made with the seed entrepreneurship. They've been able to identify those that are actually growing cassava for the stem, not for the roots. They have been able to identify people that grow yam for the seed yam, not for the tuber. So this now is coming to banana. We want to be able to also expand the banana production system, that we also be able to have people, entrepreneurs that will grow banana for the seed, for the sucker, not for the fruit. So that those that grow it for the fruit can have a very solid base to rest on. As it is now, everything is mumbo jumbo. Everything is anyhow. And it will be so because there is nothing anybody can do about it. When there is no law, there is no sin. And when there is no king in Israel, everybody was doing as they like. But now, it is we ourselves as farmers that we should also be agitating that we want our system to be sanitized so that we can be getting quality results for our labors. The reason our labors are not yielding results is because the system is not sanitized. Anybody just do whatever he or she likes. People may start coming, how I Greek battle for what's divine. Once they put their hands there, everything will become so expensive. It's not like that. We should stop, we should begin to expand our thinking horizon. That even if anything becomes expensive and is more quality, who is getting better? It's the farmer. Because when I'm having quality, then I don't, those things that I spend money on extra before, it will drop down. So in a long-term effect, it is cheaper. So going by this production, like I've said, RTB, I've mentioned what RTB, I've mentioned my colleague that introduced ProSiva has talked about this seed system. It's very complicated because the seeds of these vegetative, they are bulky, they are very heavy.
Now we have different, I will just go straight to the different propagation, rapid multiplication techniques that can be used. I have here in vitro. In vitro, which is the tissue culture. Most of us may be accustomed to tissue culture, right? Most of us may be accustomed to it. But you know, tissue culture is something, it's just like when you have a baby in an intensive care, under incubator. That's like tissue culture. Highly technical, very, very technical. Resource expensive. Recurrently, you have to spend. But it is the technique that gives you the highest clean quality banana seed or plantlet or sucker, whatever you call anything you use to plant it. That is the highest. It gives you the highest. Because with the technique, it eliminates any disease that comes with the plant. When they are doing in the laboratory, it is done in the laboratory. They eliminate it. Now, at the level of us, the farmers, in communities, even for seed producers, we have to talk about a technique that will be versatile enough and easy to operate. And that brings us to what we call macro propagation techniques. The other one is micro. And I said it is capital intensive, technical intensive, and recurrent expenditure on it is high. But I know Chola is here, contact. Yes. They are private tissue culture, and it can bear me witness how much goes into production of plantlets in their tissue culture laboratory. It is not something that smiles, but it gives the highest quality and it gives the highest reproducible number, quantity, within a span of time. But you know, when we are doing something and we say we want to bring in community seed producers, you also have to look at technology that is easily adoptable, that is easily implemented, and that can give almost seemingly equal to what the tissue culture would have given. And that is why we will just talk about this macro propagation techniques. And I said these methods are those that use whole suckers or relatively large pieces of the parent plant to produce the planting materials. These macro propagation techniques include decapitation. And this decapitation, you can have a forced or complete decapitation. You can have a comb technique, whole comb, split comb, excise board, all working on the plant. For the tissue culture as well, you are taking the plant. But you know, you have to run it in the laboratory. 24/7, there must be light. 24/7. There must be light. Under our Nigeria condition. So this macro technique, this macro, you don't need light, you need God's light. So it's safe, it's reproducible. Let me just walk us through some of these. So under the ProSiva project, we actually want to promote macro propagation with our seed producers. Not eliminating the tissue culture, but we don't have plenty tissue culture laboratory in the country. Even the one we have in our institute, it is by God's grace we are sustaining it. So now, on the field, as a farmer, you can have something we call false decapitation. In your field, your seed, and your mother garden that you are using for your seed production, you can decide to terminate the apical dominance. You see, we all know that our Baba Amasope Ogedeko from Morocco. In science is the apical dominance. Apical dominance. So
What it means is that from the roots of banana plants, the bunch it will carry, the bunch that you see outside there, the information starts right from the stem up as it's growing with it. That's why sometimes when you cut a banana, it will look short, but you start bringing it out fruit. You will say, this, because it has already counted the number of days. So the next thing in its DNA is that fruit must be produced. So even if it falls down, it will produce the fruit. It is not because it is dwarf. Okay. So sometimes you may want to do this. What we do is that in that banana tree, you can decide to make this hole on it and go target the growing point. The growing point there is something like this. You will see it if you open it up. You will see the growing point. You have to terminate it. You terminate it and drill it so that it dies. When it dies, the children that it has sprout out. That is how God did it. Science just found it out, not the science drum. Because we don't do anything. We are just finding God's wisdom. Science just was, why is banana sprouting like this? It is this. Oh, so if we kill what is growing, that means that all these other buds that we are seeing out, all of them, the children, you just see all of them, everybody will start coming out. Because that mother will say, you have killed the mother. Then our men, our from Morocco, you will not bring out all those children. Okay. So, thank you. So, after you have done this, new suckers appear and can be detached. Then you can detach those new suckers and take them to the field when they are ready. That is false. We have what they call complete. This complete is that you cut the pseudos, you cut it off, you cut it once, and then you target that growing meristem too. You target it and make sure you kill it. Everything is about killing it, because nature must kill itself. So we are helping nature to kill it. Nature kills it after it has given fruit, but I am producing seed. I don't want fruit, so I kill it earlier. That's just the difference. Nature, what nature is doing is what I'm doing. But I'm doing mine earlier than nature. So when I give it to the farmer that will grow the bunch we buy in the market, he can decide to wait for nature to kill it. But for me as a seed producer, I terminate its growth when I'm ready. And I tell it, hey, oh man, you have spent 3 months. I beg, bring Peking. I don't need you to be growing. You are eating fruit, or you are just eating my nutrients. Bring children. And then I cut it off, I terminate it, and it sprouts. I produce more plantlets. That is for complete decapitation. Now we have what we call the comb technique. Mind you, let me say this. Even in tissue culture and every other technique, it is about killing the apical dominance. Everything is about killing it. In tissue culture too, the meristem is targeted, and they also kill the meristem, because the meristem is the actively growing part. So you kill it so that all those buds can also, they can live. Then you can have comb techniques. You can have a whole comb. You can dig out the whole comb. When we get to the field, we all know it. But maybe the terms and terminology of science, but I know we all know it. And I know that I will add more knowledge from you when I finish. So you can dig it, you can prepare it. Everything is about you targeting that growing part of it. That is a whole comb. Now, if you don't want to use a whole comb, we call some split comb. You can pick that whole comb and split it like you split yam into sets. You know, when you are splitting it too, there is no way you won't contact the growing part. The growing part must die by fire, by force. So when you do that, you put it either in polythene or you do your bed, and you plant them facing downward, the bud shoot out. That's split corn. Now, there is one we call the PIF method. That PIF method is what we are promoting under the ProSiva, that we want seed producers to actually use. Because the process of doing this also helps to sterilize the plant parts. And here, the suckers, the best sucker we use for all this production in banana seed production is the salt sucker. When we get to the field, they'll show you the different types of suckers. The salt suckers have more food reserve in it, and it is still actively growing. So you will see my manager here is killing, he likes killing plants. So what he was doing now, he was systematically killing that corn. So that is the whole corn. And after targeting that apical growing part and kill it, they will try and put it in fungicide. You see, every step is about you taking care of every disease or any pest or whatever that might have accumulated where you carry. You see that it's different from you carrying the sucker like that from one farm and then you go and plant in another farm. This one now you will clean it up, then you dip it in a fungicide. Sorry? Okay. After they do that, then we prepare like a chamber. Like a chamber, because now we want to nurse it. You prepare a chamber and you put sawdust. You wet the sawdust, you put it there. Because you have killed, you see, you have drilled out that part of that makes it to grow only one plant. Because if it is not, well, if it's not killed, it is still going to give you one plant. But we want to have more than one plant for one corn. That is why you have to do it well. Then you transfer it here. And after a while, they start shooting. They start sprouting. The plantlets start coming out. And you start harvesting them. As you are harvesting them, when you harvest them, because you use the sawdust, you know it's easy to detach. Sawdust does not allow it to cake. So you detach it and then we pot it. So as a seed producer, by the time you have your known variety, as a community, if you
must make sure you cut it into 4 parts. Give it that to your knife. Cut that knife into. Make sure it's equal. If you miss it, one side will grow, because the other side will grow and leave the other side. So that is very technical. When they call it beef, just like that, Madam is supposed to actually sit down and will do 1 full day training.
Okay, sir.
It's a difficult job.
We will go to the facility. We are going there, Chief. Yes? I want to come to this side. Yes. Yes, sir. And yes. Yes.
Fungicide. If no one chooses like a chemical one, it's any organic one that you can use.
Oh, I don't have any. Oh, but okay, take my lash. Yes.
That's chemical nutrient that we use.
Yeah.
That's we try to limit that center to destroy itself.
I don't know, it's an experiment.
But if you cut it, that's an active growing portion. It will still sprout if you don't remove it from it.
No, we want the other buds that are dormant because the mother is already growing. We want them to come out. And that's why we destroy the dominant.
If you cut it, just slice it.
No, you will drill. When you drill, the reason you cut is that you want to be sure that you have reached it. So that's why you put your knife down and you come like this, you go like that, you go like this, to be sure that I have killed it. And one thing is that you see, when you start this thing, there is something that you get it immediately. No training can give anybody anything at once. When you start, you do trial by error. By yourself, you do research and get better at it. Okay? So when you see that after you have planted it here, one house, and you see that you are having growth in the middle, that's to tell you that you did not kill the growing point. Once it is open, you should, when you open the sawdust, when we get to the facility, you see, when you open the sawdust, you must have growth around the comb, not at the center. Once you see growth at the center, just carry your knife again and kill it again until it dies. Okay, so let's quickly go to the last one. So we go to the field. Thank God for good weather. We just want to talk about mother gardening. As a seed producer, you need a mother garden. This mother garden is where you will be getting your source of material to feed your propagating chamber. As a seed producer, the era of sourcing and aggregating seed all over the country will stop. That I will call Chief Ajara and said, I need 1,000 suckers of planting. Yes, I will get it for you. I will aggregate from him. I will call them at Ikire. I need 1,000, and then I will aggregate all sorts of suckers. What Chief will give me from his side definitely is not the same thing from what he will give me from his side. It will never be the same. Even from the same locality, they will be the same. But as a seed producer, you have to have your own garden that will be the mother source. So that when NAS come for certification, they certify that garden, that this is where your materials that you are putting in that chamber to multiply seed are coming from. You see, they will look at it and say, oh, okay, so where is the source of this planting, plant in the mother garden? Oh, it is from NIHORT. We got this variety A of plantain. They call it Altiplan 1. So variety Altiplan 1 is me as a seed producer that I am producing the seed. You see, it makes it very easy even for you that you are growing the plantain or banana for chop. Because
when you come to me as a seed producer, I will tell you that this one, it gives average yield of 10 kilograms per bunch, and each of the finger is 10 centimeters. I can give you all the necessary characteristics that that variety has, because that person has sourced it. The source is a known source, and you have put it on your field, carrying that knowledge of the known information about that variety. So you need a mother garden. And for you to establish your mother garden, I won't want to dwell much on this. You all grow banana, you have all this information about how you select your site. You have to select a well-drained location. If you have access to body of water, you can situate it closer so that you can always have the material doing well, even when there is no. So land preparation, hole digging. Now, certification now comes with, okay, this is the spacing. Because you know when you are growing banana for fruit, there is a spacing we use. You say 2 by 2 or 3 by 2 as the case may be. But if you are doing for seed, 1.5, because you are not even growing it for the. So it's not about it being a big bunch. It's about the quality of your sucker, that's all. So you can do your 1.5. But when you are growing it, you can dig it deep and wide so that you can have, the roots can be well distributed. So you can tap enough nutrients to be good and good source of material to take into your propagating chamber. Then we have talked about sourcing. Mr. Ibitoye has talked so much about the source of your planting material. And here, sod suckers. You know, on our banana mat, sorry, I should have put that picture. We have, when you see a banana plant growing, you see a lot of sucker around it. Those suckers, they have different names. There is one we call a water sucker. We call sod sucker. Sod sucker, it looks like a sword, truly. It looks like a sword. That is the best sucker for seed production. Best sucker even for establishing, even if it is a sucker you are using to establish new farm, that's the best sucker to use. Not water sucker. That water sucker has many leaves or whatever, but it will look like a disease. It's not disease, but it's a water sucker. There are some that are still coming. They call them peeper. They are showing face like this. We too, we are here, but the mother is not dead yet. You can't show face. So we have the maiden sucker. The maiden sucker is the one that will take over the mother. Okay. So now, for seed producer, Dr. Deluwa, you were asking me, in the situation where you don't want to use fungicide, they say you can use ash. You can also do this sterilization to eliminate nematode. You put the sucker that you have cleaned. You must have cleaned the sucker. And then you put them together in a aerated sack and put them in hot water for some seconds. Seconds, please. If not, everything. That's why I don't know. One prof said, can we use heat? Because even when you want to use any sterilization, you have to do it in seconds so that you won't kill the whole plant. So that is that for. How do we manage this mother garden? We know that planting goes through 12 months, and so it must go through the rainy season to the dry season. And so there must be drought time. You can mulch, but when we mulch, you don't pack all the leaves that you have chopped from it and put it so close to the base. You do it around it like this. You don't let it be too close like this. If it is too close, it harbors a lot of growth of bacteria or whatever. And then when you clean your field, by the time you clean your field, you prune the dead leaves, those leaves that are dead, that are not doing anything again, you can put them in the furrow. They can also degenerate and become like a live
mulch for you, and I also add to the nutrient of the soil, just keeping the place lively. And then you can use the sucker. You don't allow too many suckers to be around to be in a mat. A mat is that group of suckers, plantain that you have. So if you can have like 6, 10. So you take some away, at least leave like 2, 3, at most 4. 2, 3 suckers. So you remove suckers, you can go and plant it somewhere else, or you take it into your propagating chamber. So propping, that is for those ones that are growing fruit. You know, when the fruit is heavy, it wants to lodge because maybe it has gone through the dry season, the pseudostem have dried up, and at the onset of rain is just coming, it's trying to bring fruits, and a lot of, so when it comes and then it falls. Or maybe weevil or nematode have taken care of its roots, so it cannot stand. So you can use bamboo and use it to prop it. Then if you are growing for fruit, male bud remover. If the bunch has finished filling up, you remove the male bud so that all the food goes to the fruits and not to the male bud. Then we have talked about crop rotation here. After like how many years you have used that plot, move to another place. You can grow beans, cowpea in that place so that you can rejuvenate the land. Now, tracing of seed as a seed producer. It is very important that anytime the certification agent officers will come to you, they want to be able to know. When we come back, they will still introduce us to what we call seed tracker. Because we want people to actually make money out of this seed business. For cassava, they thought it was not going to be possible. But today, I know millionaires in seed business of cassava now. Millions that some people did not make from selling cassava root, they are making in selling cassava seed. So I want our hearts to be opened that banana also can be another source of revenue for us. So we have to map the flow. And something like this, as a seed business person, you can have this kind of thing in your book. We all do bookkeeping. And I know that your people are good accountants. Name of varieties that you have produced, quantity of the suckers that you have distributed, who has come for it, the name of the person, the location, your own location. So at any time there is an issue, you also have your back-end information. Because these police people, they can actually trace anything and get repatriation for you. If there is any. By the time the formalization is complete, then it means it is not going to be business as usual again. Then it is going to be business as we want it, so that we can make profit from what we do. And I'm so glad that we work with Mr. Adegbele, yes, at Nijesha. I know you would like to see his face. So that is him in his own chamber. So we can do this. I believe we can do it, can we? Can seed system for banana be something that will happen? All of us will make it happen? Thank you for listening. Is there any question? Okay, where we go? Okay. Yes, please. In your mother garden? Yes, as a seed producer, yes, you can produce many varieties, but like they have told us initially that there must be isolation distances. So that the reason why they say this is that they don't want mixture like it used to be. That is justice. Yes, sir.
No.
Yes, sir.
You are combining almost like there are 2 things at the same time. You are combining foundation seed production and the business seed production at the same time. if a seed producer at the level of community seed producer has a mother garden from where he gets his or her source to produce certified seed to give farmers. Then continuously he goes to the mother garden and testing what is available here and produces a seed for farmers. What process or what class of seed is the person involved in his production? In his or her production?
For community seed producer.
Yes.
And for the certified seed producer. Okay.
For community-based users, it is going to be certified seed production. Now, what we are discussing with regards to banana and the motherland is what I was saying earlier. They are going to be having cycles. So per cycle, we will follow each cycle. After you have done the cycle, you have done 3 times, then advise that you let that be the harvest bunch, get it off, and go and get new. Because if you keep using over time, you will have pests and disease infestation. After 5 years, you have used that particular plot of land, move from there again. So that's why I said I was saying it depends on how well you know how to do your production. It will also determine how fast you burn up what you have in your mother garden. So you don't introduce pests and disease.
For instance, the corn technique. I just want to see how we reconcile the seed police officers and the what they call it. In a particular stage in which good view that is linked to micropropagation, and you're using the mature action. Remember you started by producing the sprouts which have come out to transfer into pods. How long will they stay before they are off for
how long they stay in the pot before you plant on the field? That's where the person that will now buy, that wants to now grow for food production, will buy and take.
What are you calling them? Fields, the ones that are in the sport, or the
In the pot, while you establish the mother garden, you will be there for their discussion. We will still come back to keep checking that mother garden. That's one side. When you have sprouts that are coming out, like I said, exactly, the ones that are in the pot now, those ones are going to be batch. So you have a particular batch. That batch will have a long number. That's what you sell out. So you have several batches. You have several batches. So you have them all separated with different dates and different data. So we will be there. We would have checked the mother side. We are producing that particular person that's for sale. We will come back, do the normal checks. Because when we check the mother side, we check out what we have. Then we keep doing that. It's a very cycle.
You can sell at that point.
That's what you sell to those that want to go and grow.
So you don't necessarily have to go to another field. So that nursery you can sell it from there.
Is it from the nursery you are selling the potted plants? So thank you very much. Yes.
The question is asking, you cannot sell, if you are being chief, you cannot sell from that your point You must remove, you can take from there, put into cellophane bag, and put under a shade.
That's what we explained.
When it has grown to a level, you will see that it's matured enough.
Thank
You
you,
will
sir.
see.
Thank you, sir. So, the boss cannot take all of us at once. But please, they will take us. How many can the boss take at a time? 15. You can leave your folder. Okay, you can take your folder. You can take it, please. Yeah. So I think the first 15 should go. They will lead you to the bus now. The first 15, they will take you to the field. Then the bus will quickly come back. It's not far. It's not far. If you want to walk, you can walk. Then we can all be going there. Okay, everybody, let's move.
For a visa, for the American visa, you're going to put in your social media account. They want to verify what have you been doing on social media. Sirs and ma'ams, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, one of the things that would help anyone, whatever endeavor you want to do, is how much you're projected, how much network and visibility you have. Some of us are on, if you're on Facebook, can I see your hands up? You're on Facebook. Are you following NIHORT? Please follow NIHORT Research on Facebook. As we speak, I'm going to continue to the Facebook. If you're on Instagram, as we speak, you're already on Instagram. We have already posted this live. So you can follow at NIHORT NG on Facebook, on Instagram. We're also on X. And you will get to see this. We're also on YouTube live. So follow our Facebook accounts. And if you're on Twitter, if you're on Instagram, let us know. We can also tag you along. Alright? And remember, this workshop is being organized by the National Horticultural Research Institute and the National Agricultural Seeds Council. NAS is also on Twitter. You have NAS_NG. So you can follow and tag. Some of us will be giving some forms to fill. Please let's endeavor to put in the correct and proper details as we are asked to do so. Great farmers, no farmer. Please, let's put our hands together and welcome off stage in understanding the national seed tracker. Tí ọ̀pọ̀ ẹnikẹ́ni bá sọnù, wọ́n ní ṣé wọ́n fi tracker sí. A cow was found from Canada. They found it. It was because owó oníràn. What a butcher. But the tracker was still there, so they were able to access them all the way from Canada. And so we are saying, even in agriculture, tracking works. So, understanding the national seed tracker. Let's make welcome Dr. Oshola Bankole. A round of applause for him, please.
Good afternoon. I was the tree from the farm. I know we are all getting tired, so I won't take Okay, I won't take us on a long ride. I just want to introduce what we call the seed tracker to us. We won't start using it now because we are just coming up, but the seed companies, Chief, I know you know the seed tracker because you work on it. By the time you get to the level to need it and you are being taught how to use it, you remember that there was one black man that came from the seed council that taught you how to use the seed tracker. So, in National Agricultural Seed Council, what we do is seed field inspection. We went to the field just some moments ago, and they taught us so many things. Let's assume that field is your field. What the seed council does is that a minimum of 3 times, like my colleague said in the morning in the first presentation, we will go there to check the field. When we get to a field and we see Dr. Dockersman enlightening me, if I plant a variety of plantain, can they be of different heights? Like one like this, the same variety, one is short and one is tall.
They are not expected to be of this.
Thank you. But issues can happen, environment and things like that. Okay. So what we do in seed council is to, sir, nutrient dividend, thank you, sir. What we do is to ensure that what you plant is the same, is uniform. For example, you plant plantain, and when it's ripe for harvest, one becomes yellow and one becomes purple. So I will know definitely that they are not the same variety. So that's in a nutshell what we do. So in doing this, we have always done it the analog way. We carry paper, we go to the field, we look at it. But we now found out that it doesn't work any longer. I believe everyone here, there's no one younger than 20 years old here. In those days, when you want to talk to someone, what type of phone do we use? Green. You wind it like this. You wind it and you put it in your ears. And when we thought we have reached civilization, NIHORT came with their call card. You want to call somebody, you go to NIHORT, you will queue for 1 hour. If God helps you, the person you want to talk to is not at home. You will now go back and start your queue. But now we have our Android phone. That is the reason why we brought this seed tracker. It's still the same thing in a new way. This is what the seed tracker looks like. It is basically on your phone. The seed tracker is not a new thing you have to go and buy. All you need to do is to download it to your phone for you to do whatever you want to need to use it for. Seed tracker is an effort to digitalize the NAC certification process because we feel it's enough of paper. If you say you have field, I have 1 hectare of plantain. After harvesting and everything is done, and the certification officer tells you, sir, we need you to supply like what's the average of suckers you can get from the 1 hectare land size? 2,500. And I call Chief Ajiru. Chief, you have a hectare of sucker field. Can you supply 10,000 hectares? As a businessman, he will think, I wish I can supply this. But I don't need to ask him for 10,000 hectares if I know he has 1 hectare. But if it's not properly documented, there will be issues. Now, let's say it's Chief that wants to buy from Mr. DMO. Mr. DMO, please, I need Cavendish. He said he has. He can give you anything. You can't know from the beginning. But if it's documented on the seed tracker, you can go into the seed tracker and just press button, and it will tell you the exact variety he has, where he has planted it, and his land size. So if he has 1 hectare, he can't promise you 10,000 suckers, except he's going to buy from somebody else. These are the things we talked about before we decided to digitalize the process. So I promise I won't take you long. So the seed tracker essentially works for 3 sets of people. The seed producer, which is you, the regulator, which is the National Agricultural Seed Council, and the buyer. I was just coming from a meeting in NIHORT, and they commended the seed tracker, but they said, please, make sure the buyer aspect, the marketing chain of the seed tracker works effectively. So that when you are looking for suckers, you don't even need to start calling everybody about. If you are on the seed tracker, you can go on the platform and you see the people that have suckers that are ready and where they are. So this is how the seed tracker looks like if I'm operating it. For example, I start from here. I browse the field. It shows me a particular field. What does he have? IIT Go Seed is the producer. Thank you. IIT Go Seed is the producer. This is the farm number. What is the variety? Now we are talking about banana. What is the variety? It will show me on the tracker. What is the crop? It will give me banana. What day did he plant it? It has shown me. So if I say he's supplying suckers that are just a month old, and he has planted this in 2025 January, I can question that. So where is the location? He's telling you his field is in Akono. Yes, his field is in Akono, and on the tracker is showing me along that I can question it that there's something happening somewhere. So you see, this thing is just to make it easy for us. And you can go further. When you go further, it can tell you the variety. It's not very clear because it's small. It will tell you the particular variety, because if you say you are looking for Cavendish and it says he has, and you go to his portal on the seed tracker, and all you see is cookie banana, you do what? You run for your life. Then it shows everything like it shows on the seed tracker. So, and if you want to sell, you can also go to the portal and get what you want to sell. That is the essence of the seed tracker. Now, we started using the seed tracker with the cassava. And as I speak, I can tell you everywhere cassava seed is planted in Nigeria, and what variety is planted, and who is planting it, and what quantity we are expecting him to get. This is part of the things the seed tracker has enabled us to do. And what we'll do is to onboard plantain on the seed tracker. When we get to the process whereby we want to do certification for plantain. So it's just to show us integration of how the seed tracker works. We have the producer, which is you. You put in your seed inventory, the seed field registration, and what you intend to sell. Then the NAS, as the regulator, comes there to check it. Is it fit for sale? Are you meeting the standard that you are supposed to meet? That is what the NAS does. Then the buyer can now come in to buy. So it's like we are making the world a small place. The same way you can go on your WhatsApp. I think you buy things on WhatsApp. People advertise and you tell you, okay, give me. Okay, maybe that's a little bit big. Jumia, we all know Jumia. And who has been stabilized before? You order for a sewing machine.
and they tell you the sewing machine is 15,000 naira. You say, wow, you are doing bonanza. And by the time they bring the sewing machine, you see some. So that's exactly what the seed tracker does. You will see what you want to buy before you buy it. So this is an example of what we do in the NASC. This is a cassava field in Nigeria. In the NASC, we're able to see everywhere plantain and bananas are being produced. We have a dashboard in our office. As long as you are registered on the seed tracker, we can trace you and know where you are. So these are part of the traceability features. If you look at it, if I click on a dot, out of all the dots that was here, if I click on any of these blue dots, this is, yeah, you need internet. We need internet. So it's telling us the name of the producer, the organization, the location of the field, the year it was planted, the class of seed, the date of planting, the size of field. So all this information are embedded on the seed tracker. So let me break it down one by one. When I click on the name of the producer, it says cassava breeding unit. For now, it might say NIHORT multiplication unit. When I click on it, it will show me the name. I click. No, don't worry. I'll go. It will show me the name. Dorcas Bitoye. Her phone number and her email. So if I want to contact her, that madam, I need suckers, it is easy to do. And likewise, every one of us here. So breaking down, it will tell us all the varieties that she has. You can decide, I want this variety, can I get so number of suckers? And this is our own, this is your request form. You can send your request form online, or you can call the person. I know it's easier for us to call the person and say, Chief, please, can I get 20,000 suckers by next month? If he can do it, he will tell you. If he wants you to pre-order, he will tell you to pre-order. So these are just for our own internal use. We can classify every variety, every class of seed that is being produced under the banana seed. So what are the benefits of using the seed tracker? It eases the operation for us. It eases the operation for you. For the seed tracker, you don't need to buy anything. It's just to download it on your phone. When we get to that level, we will come, we will train you, and you download it on your phone. You'll be able to register your field and everything you need to do. So data collection becomes easier. Data collection becomes easier. If somebody is not part of your cooperative group and is using the name of the cooperative group to sell, when we click on the seed tracker, we can actually say this person is not registered. You don't patronize him or her. So now the question now says, do we prefer to continue this way or we move the other way? Which way do we prefer to go? To carry the books on our head or to move the computer way? That is the reason why we are selling the idea of the seed tracker to you. Thank you very much. Maybe I can take some few questions. But before you ask your question, banana has not yet been uploaded on the seed tracker. Thank you, sir.
My name is National President. Now, on the 11th of April this year, the association met with quarantine in Lagos. And we have not come with the communique up to this moment on the same issue of tracking. Because any commodity that is leaving this country we say if it's plantain, it should be tracked right from the farm to the consumer anywhere, whether within and outside this country. And we're already, the association is already working on what you are saying now. So we are just thinking the same. The only problem we're not having is harmonizing. Quarantine, please, you are all federal government. They have the idea. We have the idea. Now, NIHORT has the idea. IITA, all of us have, let us come together and do one thing and let us do it properly. I think it's a very fine thing for all of us. It's not just those of us who are going to see. It goes up to the man who's consuming the thing. So that the traceability of the thing will be very, very smooth. We have our thinking of that. If we put a chip, our card in a system here, we can know who has plantain in Oyo, who has plantain in Boronu, when he planted, exactly what you are saying. And that's what we're working on. So I think we will come together closer. Let us see how we can harmonize ourselves and see our dream come quicker than expected. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Like you have said that, let us all come together and do it right. Now, when the association, you have met with quarantine, NAS was not there.
No.
And what the association you are advocating is not seed. You are just advocating, is it the fruit you are selling? It's fruit you are selling.
No, I'm sorry. Produce the mark.
Yes.
This process.
The process, what you met quarantine for,
yes.
Was it about the exporting of fruit?
Quarantine comes to inspect your farm, people while the law and let people quarantine. That's supposed to come and inspect your farm.
Sir, you are getting it wrong, sir. Quarantine does not come to your farm. No, sir.
For pests.
For pests.
Yeah.
For pests.
If there is an outbreak, what I'm asking is this. What you met them with, the meeting you had, was it about exporting of the plantain or banana fruit?
Disease.
It's about disease. It's different thing we are talking about.
Yes. But why are they looking for the disease? So that if whatever you're exporting has disease, they will not export it. That's the problem.
Yes.
Quarantine is for export actually.
Quarantine is about entry to entry, things like that. But what we are talking about in this meeting now here is how do we even sanitize our home? So if we are to do it and do it right, that's why we have called you as the association and the growers and everybody that okay, we too should begin to see among ourselves those that can be an entrepreneur and say yes, I'm going for banana seeds production. Yes. And we can identify and work with such groups, either as a seed company that is already registered or as community-based producers, so that we can work with them and then they can begin to turn out seeds of quality, of high quality ahead. So we can under this project we will now work together to the end, get them certified. Once we have the first group of people, other ones come easy.
And so if I want to buy suckers,
you know where you are going.
You say now, I can know where to
go.
I'm saying now that we are also doing is thinking the way they are thinking. They are ahead of us because they are worried on cassava.
A round of applause for
We are all on the same line.
Yes.
And what Dr. Lucas is saying is that there is nothing quarantine and food traceability if you don't start it from the seed. So once you bring to the seed, you get it to the fruit. And everybody works together. Thank you very much, sir. Yes, sir.
Thank you very much for the presentation.
Sorry, can I interrupt you?
Series my name from that topic. So I find out it's a very good data all correct. And it will generate a lot of information that will enhance because is anybody free to just enter the own production information there?
Thank you, sir.
Or is it the people that NAS are certified?
Okay.
That says that?
The seed tracker is a public app, but it has different interface. As a regulator, there is a portion of the interface you can get into. As a seed producer, there is a level of permission you can have. As a seed producer, you don't need to see everybody's field. What you need to do is to impute your field. As a regulator, I can look into all the seed fields. Then, as a seller, the portion of the interface that you can look to will only show that there are also seed available in this place. So NASC is the custodian of this.
All the cassava production centers, it means that even people whose production has not been certified can access our
No. See, if you are not registered with NASC, the first thing, you can't enter into the platform. You must have been a registered seed company or community seed producer. And when you are a registered seed company and community seed producer, some of this information I showed you is for NASC. We can pinpoint any seed field all over the country. Yes, certified seed producer. Even if you are registered with NASC, if you don't upload your document, you know it's garbage in, garbage out. If you don't upload your document, we can't even know you are around. So what we do, we started this with cassava, is with potato, is with BT cowpea, that's GM cowpea, and we are moving to maize and rice. We have uploaded the form for maize and rice, and it will rotate to all the crops. So yes, I will need some ID permissions. Yes, I will need some ID permission to do it. We did this in such a way so that not anybody will not just get into the platform. It has to be secure too, because there are a lot of information there. I have your phone number, I have your email, I have your field, I have your address. It shouldn't be for everybody, except if you have the permission. But Dr. Lucas, when Banana enters into it, definitely we'll download it on all the producers' phones and they can access it. Any other question? Thank you. Please, a round of applause for yourselves for listening.
Okay, great farmers. That's the issue, how I was expecting to hear like great nation. Great farmers. Great nation. Oh boy. Dr. Osho, you have invigorated everybody. A round of applause for Dr. Osho, please. Thank you also very much. So, as it was in the beginning, or in the beginning, so shall it be in the ending. It's time for exam. We did pre-training evaluation. So if you don't do this exam, no lunch for you. If you don't pass, at least you do. But then, do we have anybody who has any question right from what ProSaver is all about? We talked about what ProSaver is about. We talked about the countries where ProSaver is actively working. We talked about the partners. We evolved into banana seed certification. We looked at identifying diseases prevalent in banana. we go to the field, and for some of us, it's the first time we are seeing sword suckers. For some of us, it's the first time we are seeing a macro propagator. And one of the hashtag NIHORT uses on social media is hashtag NIHORT Works. And you can see the volume of work ongoing in that area. I want you all to know that the field you went to is Alaiwiye Abakini. If you know, you know. When we go inside, there's Alaiwiye Abakeji. So, we are doing this work together, and the collaboration between NIHORT and ASK is as strong as ever. So I'm going to bring up Dr. Ibe to please coordinate the post-workshop evaluation. A round of applause for her.
Thank you, everyone. Yes, I know some of you don't like exams. But me, I'm a teacher, even though I'm a researcher, I like teaching. You trust me? And I used to tell my farmers are here, when I go to their place, I'll say, there is size for Atalanta. Elderly will have their own size, you. You know, you send us to school, you say, children, take. In your class, when I was in school, I was always coming first. Daddy, show your results and let us see you. So please, thank you very much. I think we all deserve a round of applause. Yeah, the attention has been very, 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 very encouraging. No dull moment at all. Did anybody get anything? Are you sure? And I hear somebody saying, I will pass. I want to see people getting 100% this time around. Yeah. So I told them to help us call some of our project students and help, so that they can help us. So the exam we did in the morning, we are going to repeat the question, and you will see some little additions too. So I know that Papa, we will finish it. Elder, am I right? Yes. Hi, Chief. I know we did. We will finish it quickly. So we have the link is coming up. We click on the link. I think the network is becoming better. The weather is a bit fairer now. So once the link comes up, let's try to quickly do it. Our lunch is waiting for us. Let me tell you something. You will eat though. I will not tell you what you will eat, but you will eat something. You want banana? Don't worry. You saw those banana again. I'll show you. You thought they were vegetables, but they are banana. Very lovely, right? Yeah. So fastest finger. If you can do that within 10 minutes, it will be nice. So we have a wrap up. Everybody can go and relax before their travels. Yeah. So our enumerators are around. They can help us to do one or two things. Please call others. Just like you did in the morning. Those who cannot do it themselves, get your mobile phones. Those who have it, you can help them to link up to it quickly. Please move around, and let's see those who need help. Let's do that within the next 10 minutes. And we'll be done for the day so that you can go and relax before tomorrow's journey. Yes, please. Elder Patrick, okay. You have a question? Yes, sir. The floor is yours, sir. Yes, sir. Okay.
We have all listened to
one house, please.
How we have progressed from field community producers to coming to cluster producers to coming to classification of our seed.
Yes, sir.
We are now approaching proper expression as community seed producers. I want to enlighten us on the need for every registered seed entrepreneur to belong to seed entrepreneur development
Thank you very much, sir. So we've heard it that, you know, we are forming a synergy here, and since we have him here, you don't have to travel all the way to Abia to look for him. So let's see this workshop as a means of networking. Yeah, I think it will be good you quickly ask him how you going to, how do I go about it, and that will hasten, you know, the process. I'm very sure many of them will make up to you, because if we just come here and we just listen and we say, oh, beautiful, and we don't take up these things, nobody will do it for us. Nobody. So we want our joy will be that having spent this much, having imparted this much, we want to see people carrying it out. We want to see outputs. We want to be happy when they will call me from Calabar and say, in fact, my workers are hot cake now, come and see my chamber. In fact, I'm in short supply. They call me from Jos and say, we thought we had soccer, but now the rate at which we are multiplying, no. It will be my joy that, you know, while I'm sitting here in the office, somebody will call me and say, Dr. Rebecca, I need 30,000 sockers. And with the seed tracker we are having and the way everybody is picking it up, I can quickly, you know, put calls across, and in no time at all, the person pays and gets his sockers.